be in just 1 second.
Okay.
I think we're live.
Good. Okay, we're gonna be live and so silence your cell phones. Please turn your cell phones off and keep them in your visual view. We'll try to avoid cell phones. Welcome to our retreat. I'm super excited about our day together. And we have lots of highlights. This is essentially our work session, but it's an all-day work session before our board meeting. So thank you all for being here, and I want to give a special welcome to Sherry Talbert, our new board member. It's not officially started yet, but she's making herself comfortable. Today is today, so she can see how that feels during board meetings. So I want to turn it over to Kathy Brown to give a welcome as well, and then I'll start the retreat.
Well, I came out to hear welcome, but welcome. What a beautiful day. Glad to be here. One thing, Dr. Neal probably won't bring this up, but we did, she was the speaker at the Chamber of Commerce, and it was a great reflection back on a very tough but very successful year. And I mean, I didn't even sit there, even though I walked through it with y'all. Of course, I'm amazed at what all y'all have done as administrators, but when you look back on this year and look back at what has taken place and what we've accomplished, I still sit there and get chills and the hair on my neck stands up, because I'm like, this is amazing to think. I mean, I've got nieces and nephews in California. They're going to school 2 hours a day, 2 days a week, you know, that just started. So anyway, it was a great speech. It was a great review, a good reminder of what we've done. And, you know, it wasn't easy, and everybody stuck together, the students, the parents, the teachers, and everybody. And it was just a whole different look. So thank you, and that was a great way to share that, and everybody, you could tell, was pretty excited about that. So
I agree, and I do believe that all of us will emerge from this COVID experience as better people. I really do. I think we will emerge as better people in a better community because of what we went through together and what we endured together. It was an arduous year, and we have survived. We have survived as a school system and as a unit for our board and our administrative team. And at one point, survival was at the forefront of what we were doing. And when you get into that kind of situation, you really do bond. And your strength as an organization is based on your collegiality, your trust, your faith, and your expertise. And everybody stepped up. Everybody stepped up in very big ways to make that happen. So yes, thanks to everyone for helping us endure this arduous year. And I'll be glad to get back to normal next year, as normal as possible.
well, it's a new normal. So
One of the ways to look at this, and I said this to City Council Tuesday night, I think, I didn't check Homewood Stadium, but we are one of the few school systems in Jefferson County that started and will end with in-classroom all grades from the first day of class set.
That's right.
I know Mountain Brook, Hoover, Homewood all did some form of that kind of work, but we were the only one that was all grades, in-class option, day one of last day, I believe.
Right.
And that's very rare.
It's very rare. And I attribute that to our facilities. We were able to socially distance. The students were great about wearing masks. We didn't have any problems really with the mask wearing. And that really brings into my first topic on the system update, is to continue what we've been doing all year through the end of the year, because nothing has really changed. UAB Medicine, Center for Disease Control, Jefferson County Health Department, they're all recommending and urging us to wear masks, to socially distance, and to continue the sanitation. So we're doing that. So the governor did lift the mask mandate, but she's still recommending masks. So it's not mandated, but it's recommended, and it's recommended by the governor, UAB, Jefferson County Health, and so forth. So to continue what we have always done just fits in the recommendations of every entity. Nobody said take off your mask. That has not really been recommended or said. So yes, we will continue, but it's because of our social distancing and our learning labs, our overflow areas, that we were, and clearing out those classrooms. I can remember at the beginning of the year, some of the teachers and a couple of parents who had heard from their students, the classroom just didn't look the same. Well, it didn't. It didn't have the beanbag chair and floor lamp and the carpet squares and very few bookcases, very few filing cabinets. We cleared out those classrooms to get more students in there, and that's why we were able to do it. So it has been an unbelievable year, and I'll be happy to get back to normal next year. So the highlights for next year will be our learning options. We'll talk about at the retreat. Today, I'm just giving the highlights. We'll talk about culture bumps and methods for having civil discourse in times of unrest. We'll be talking about budget and along with those tennis courts. And then I'm going to ask Kim DeShazo to help us talk about the jewel litigation that we've been looking at. And then Jason Gaston is here for the communication strategies and the Mark Steen update. And it looks like we're going to have a very informative and productive retreat. So I want it to be interactive, and I want you all just to chime in anytime you have a comment or a suggestion, because this will set the course for next year, for the end of the year and for next year. So starting with board meeting schedule. Mark Sims is teaching a class. I want you to tell us about it, but we've made some adjustments on the board meeting schedule. I want to be sure that we put that out there for everyone to see. You want to tell us about your class a little bit? And,
Thank you. I appreciate your work with me. So in August, I start as a weekly instructor at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, teaching a medical device sales degree class, and it's like 13 Monday nights. So 3 of the Monday nights conflict with board meetings, so kind of moving to Tuesdays. One of them, I'll be giving a really nasty midterm on. I'll just get a graduate student to do that. So we'll see how it goes. I'm looking forward to it. Something I've always wanted to do. I technically do that for a living, so to go do it with college students will be a lot of fun. And again, I'm finding my retirement career here.
Excellent.
So, thank you.
well, we work together well and we're flexible, so we wanted to be flexible for you. And I wanted you all to take a look at these dates. This is revised from last month, and just if there are any issues, we can still be flexible with you.
What did we do on that August one where we were trying to kick it around? Because that's where it first came up.
That's right. We've put that on a Tuesday,
Okay.
and that will be our second budget hearing. So if you compare this to your calendar and you see any changes that need to come up, we still have plenty of time to change these.
It's kind of like when you go to the dentist and they schedule you for 6 months out, and you're going, yeah, that day sounds fine.
Yeah.
And then it gets to it, and then they can't see you for another 3 months because you have to cancel.
That's
I
right.
think it all looks good.
Okay.
Kathy, that happens to me every year.
I'm like, oh, absolutely, that's a great
It's
day.
fun job.
I was looking at that October, that's the 4th Monday. Is it conflict? Is it still out or something? Is that what it was? I felt like it was. Okay, that was the only question I had.
We'll continue with our retreats twice a year, once in the fall and once in the spring. So the October meeting is also a retreat.
Oh, that's,
Okay, we will now move on to our school calendar for not next year, but 22-23. And what you have also in your packet, Dr. Ward had asked us to look at the year-round calendars and the opportunities for remediation during the school year. And we did look at it, and Dr. Ward, I appreciate that from your experience, and I made a copy of the Oak Ridge Schools calendar, which I had walked through and lived before. And so you have a copy of the Oak Ridge Schools calendar, just an example of what I've experienced. It turns out that we're not recommending this calendar because of the reasons that you'll hear in a few moments. But we did look at it extensively with the administrative team, and I wanted to bring it before the board to tell you about our discussion. Essentially, they're on 4 very rigid 9-week periods. And you can see that in the center of that calendar.
They did not get that. I'm gonna do that right now.
Okay, they call them quarters. And so in order to do this and to do it right, you have to lockstep into 4 quarters. 4 9-week periods equals 36 weeks of school. And we have a trimester in elementary. And so our elementary schools, when they stay on the trimester reporting period instead of the 9 weeks, works better for them. Then I entered into the conversation this notion of having what they call in Oak Ridge an intercession, which is a 2-week remediation period for students who need remediation. And you'll be able to see it at a fall break. Fall break ends up being 2 weeks, but not everyone gets a fall break. So if you need remediation, you come in for either 1 week of the 2-week period or both weeks. And that's a budget item. So I brought Mr. Kirkland in to talk to us about what that would cost. And it depends on how many students need remediation and at what grade level they need remediation. Then we thought about our community and what that might feel like for 2 students next door to each other, one going to the beach for 2 weeks and the other one going to remediation for 2 weeks, and how remediation wouldn't be required. So even though we have it set up for that, they might not show up.
That's what I was gonna ask you, is it a voluntary thing, or is it required if you need remediation?
Now, the state requires 180 school days.
Okay.
So they would not be required to go to remediation. So we talked about that extensively and what that might be culturally and in our community for the people who needed remediation and versus those who didn't. And then if we would transport them or not. And that would be another cost to us. So they did try this in Birmingham City and it did not get passed. So they went back to a more traditional calendar. So when you look at that, I'm speaking from that first blue box on the handout where the fall break is 2 weeks and they have this intercession then for the first week for sure, and then maybe the second week. And then you have your 9-week period. 2 of them end in December. December break is a pure winter break. Then you start over in January, and the second blue box mirrors the first semester. You have spring break for 2 weeks, March 15th through 26th, but not everyone gets 2 weeks for spring break. You might just get 1 week at spring break, or you might not get anything depending on what the recommendation is from the teacher. Then you have your extra time for teachers built in, extra transportation built in, according to how many students are in need and who are willing to show up. So we thought there were a lot of unknowns, and the only other piece that I remember is if you take a look at October 2nd and 9th, the football team didn't appreciate that because school was not in session for 2 of their football games. So there was no school spirit, pep rallies, and all of the things. It also limited when you could have your homecoming. Our homecoming is usually in October. So there was some angst with athletics for those 2 Fridays where there was no school. So there were more cons than pros, but we did go over it with a fine-tooth comb. Dr. Warden, I'm wondering if you have any additional comments of things you've heard from your experiences, or?
I have not actually been on the 4-quarter system. What I was recommending more was, which I talked about last time, was more starting earlier in the school year rather than that second week of August. I was talking about backing up several days where we could start, and basically starting maybe 4 or 5 days earlier than what we had recommended, just trying to build in the extra time for a full week of Thanksgiving, which I think we talked about that a little bit. And so I wasn't really advocating the true 4-quarter system, because that to me is not really going to be work that well, quite honestly, for some of the reasons you just mentioned. So yes, I think we need to, I'm not for that at all. I was just thinking about backing it up, starting a little bit earlier, but I think we've already discussed some of the pros and cons of that. So it may be we can go ahead and stick with what we've got as opposed to 22, 23.
And we did back it up a little bit on this 22-23 calendar. the lockstep year-round starts July 29th for students, which means the teachers would start the week before. So the teachers would come back on the year-round, somewhere around July 15th or 17th, and we did not recommend that. But if you look at 22, 23, I think I'll turn it over to Dr. Logan and get her comments as well. We did back it up a little, and you'll see that our classified teachers return August 4th and 5th on this, so we did try to back it up just a little. So Dr. Logan, do you have any comments on the development of the 22, 23 calendar?
We, the calendar committee looked at 2 years at a time. And so we looked at next year's and then the 22, 23. And it was their desire to, and their recommendation just to mirror as closely as we could the 21, 22. And so that's what we have presented for the 22, 23 school year.
So it's ready to be put on the table for 30 days.
It is.
That's fine.
Okay.
Hey, this is a side note, but last year, wasn't there a push or a bill that was started about being introduced about a year statewide calendar, and everybody started the same day, but it didn't go anywhere. I mean, either legislation session got cut short, and so it just kind of died. Is there been any more chatter about that?
I haven't heard any this year.
Not this year.
Because ASB they were totally against, I mean, you know, they were keeping us updated, but then everything kind of shut down, but there was that push.
I think it was to start after Labor Day.
It was.
It was, yeah. But I haven't heard that again. Not this session.
I haven't either, so, but that was kind of, I don't particularly like that.
That was to me, that was a bad idea, because you either lose your breaks in the middle, or you go on into June. And so if we can start earlier, we can get in a fall break and a nice break at Thanksgiving and pace ourselves differently than if we have to start after Labor Day. So I wasn't in favor of that either.
Well, as it is now, every district controls their own school calendar, correct? And so anyway, I haven't seen anything about that.
I do notice on the 2022 and 2023 calendar that we have a half day out the Tuesday of Thanksgiving week. So we are gaining, I guess, half a day next year by doing that. How does that work in our 180 days? If we go past 11:30, it counts, right? Okay. So I think we utilize those half days as frequently. You know, you don't want to take away instruction time, of course, but that's a great way to get a little bit of an extra break in without taking one of our days away.
That's true, because so many people travel, and we want to accommodate the community in that way. And if they're not traveling, they're rushing home to start cooking. I know, I lived that too back when I cooked.
So what does Oak Ridge do? I just noticed this, 2 days in October for fall parent teacher conference. What's that all about? That's your old school system, isn't it?
It is. That's a great question. Teachers are paid an extra day to work from 3 o'clock till 6 o'clock and conduct parent conferences after a school day. That is a school day. And then from 3 to 6 is 3 hours. They do that 2 days. That's a 6-hour day. And they're paid extra to conduct parent conferences.
I like
Good
that.
practice. What's the thoughts on that?
I like having that.
I just noticed it. I mean, I think anytime teachers communicate with parents, it's a cool thing. I mean, maybe ours do it more organically, but it was just right there. It's almost scheduled. You couldn't get them all in 6 hours, but you choose what you do.
It was really leading up and around the ones who needed the intercession
Okay.
and the remediation. But it's always nice to bring parents in and say, your child's doing great, and just give compliments.
That's the best thing.
That's the best thing. It really is.
Yeah.
Call my mom now and tell her.
I closed those moments. That was a good thing.
Well, I've missed those. We didn't get that this year. You know, usually we have a parents' night or, you know, an opportunity for you to go and sit down with your child in their classroom, and I've missed that this year. Not being able to do that with my kids. I mean, I went in, I took one this week, and I said, okay, buddy, you can either go to the front door, you go to the side door, which was close to your classroom, and I realized I don't even know which classroom he's in this year, because I haven't been at the school.
That's right. It's been a very odd year for our routines. But if you all want us to look at the cost of an extra day and build that in, we'll run this by the principals and
Well,
run it.
the cost is important, but I think the other thing is how well would be used. I mean, I want it to be dialed in, like an agenda, a purpose, and intention, but I think definitely it's something to look at. I mean, because you just can't do that too often, but cost and then making sure we use it well.
And it may be something that we need more at the elementary level than at the middle school or the high school level, because middle school and high school, that would be harder to accomplish just with them having multiple teachers. But 15 minutes with my child's elementary school teacher might be really beneficial. I might learn something about what what's he struggling with, or what's he doing really well, what's he excel, where's interests that he might find, especially when they get to that 5th grade and they're having to figure out getting ready for the middle school.
It was a very popular
Really cool name.
thing in Oak Ridge. It was very popular in what we did, and it was most effective at the elementary level. And the joke inside of that culture was you go to your child's classroom for the parent conference with your child's elementary teacher, and you sit in your child's desk if you fit.
Oh.
And so there were these, back in the day, there were these desks with the arms built in, and then there were also the table desks, which were much easier. But the parents had an opportunity to sit in their child's desk if they wanted to, or they could sit next to their child's desk in a chair and just get a feel for where their child's space was, every day. So it was great. I thought they were effective.
Don't those conferences take place now as needed though?
They do. Well, not during COVID.
Well, I mean,
They were mostly
outside of COVID.
Zoom this year, but yes, they do. And we, there is a fact that some of the parents that really need to be there are the hardest ones to get in. And the ones the kids are doing great, the parents just show up and come right in. There's that kind of connect or disconnect. So it's so important to get all the families in that need to be in.
Yeah, because I was just thinking, if you did something like that, you would still have parents that wouldn't be able to come to those 2 days. And you would still have those as needed conferences taking place outside of that. So,
That's true. That's a good point, because those 2 days are set.
Well, the value
That might not work for everybody.
I don't think you eliminate the other stuff, Stan. I think this is just showing an intentionality to the effort to connect with parents and make it happen. This goes back to studies I've been reading. There are school systems that are doing in-home visits. Now, I know it's a big stretch for the staff, but the results, those in-home visits where teachers showing up talking to a parent in their home, it just says it changes everything. The dynamics of interaction, and I mean, you and I talked about this, and I'm not proposing that, but I think anything we do that gets more parent and teacher interaction in a positive way, to your point, maybe this is, some of these are just, hey, what you got? I mean, I don't look at it, but, it's all about what we do at the time.
Well, for me, the value is in the option of having it from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. because you have so many, like my husband would love to come to those kind of things, but he can't come to a meeting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We can't come to one whenever we've had Zoom hearings with teachers in the past, it's during the school day, when the teacher has their off period or their break. And that's not easy for working parents. And so I like this option. I mean, that's why I like the parent night or whatever was it we have once a semester, because that's an opportunity for working parents to come after work and come and be with their kids' teacher. But that's where the money comes in, right? That's where you gotta pay extra for the
Well,
teachers.
we
to
can
come.
have PTO, parent night, open house. That's a normal part of our culture. It's not individual
Right.
like this is, but at least it gives a chance for the parents to come in and see the classroom, look at where they sit, see their work, and get some comments from their teacher.
And that may be something that we consider too, if we wanted more one-on-one, that you have a lot of time. You come from 5 to 5:15, and then the next kid comes from 5:15 to 5:30, so on and so forth. I don't know.
It's a two-sided thing too, and you alluded to this. You're gonna seek it out if your child needs extra help. And so the other flip side to it is some of these children, some of these teachers are having a hard time getting the ones that need, you know, making that connection. So that's should be our focus. I mean, because we're gonna seek what we need, you know. I was gonna try not to let mine fall through the cracks, you know, because I was gonna be on top of it, but, you know, the ones that are not necessarily make it, or don't have that kind of push, they're the harder ones to reach.
Exactly. And I'm thinking now, that we may want to talk about this further with Dr. Logan and the administrative team and start it this next year. Because we're talking 2 years out, but when I listened to you and Mr. Garrett talk about the value and the nuance of schedules and getting students back in after COVID in the fall, this is when we really might need it coming up now, this year.
Especially if you have students who have been virtual all this year and then they're coming back in person. 6 weeks in, then we may see what, you know, if there is a gap there that needs to be addressed. Rather do that in the first of the year than later. I mean, I just know that with my own child, I've had some times when the teacher, you know, they came to me and said, well, this is something he's struggling with. And it was, you know, February before they had time to watch it, but it was February before they came to me. So that was a little bit late in the school year to put some things in place to help. And so we could do some of those things on the front end.
Yeah, I think I understand that. Maybe it doesn't have to be over 2 days. Maybe we come up with a program, we incentivize a teacher with extra pay to spend 30 minutes with a parent somewhere, someplace, somehow. It could be school, it could be Starbucks, but hey, you spend 30 quality minutes with a parent and a kid that needs it. If we figure out the budget for that, let's just put a priority to that. If we think it's educationally beneficial, I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, I just think we just need to make sure that, because anything that we do after the school hours, that's adding to that teacher's day.
Correct.
Okay.
And that teacher also has a family. So you have to look at, you know, to convenience a parent, you know, sometimes with inconvenience, that's probably not a good word, but it puts a hardship on that teacher that also has a family at home during those, because they are working parents too.
You're asking them to work overtime. That's what they're doing.
But we'll make it worth their while. We have to, but that way we got it.
Sometimes.
I mean, we can't say that we gotta make it flexible for the parent to get there and then not make the teacher available. So let's find a win here. I'm intrigued by the way they put a priority to it, and I think that's all I'm saying. It's good stuff.
How receptive were the teachers to this? I mean, were they,
How did I go?
how receptive were the teachers to the 2 days of the 3 to 6 in Oak Ridge? I mean, how receptive were they to that?
They created it.
Okay.
They wanted their family schedule to be predictable. And they didn't want to be all over the board with 7 to 7:30 one night. They wanted it to be 3 to 6. So it was born from the group that was doing the work. So that's where Dr. Logan bring this to the principals. We might survey the teachers and see what they would have to say about that. Because we want it to be born from those doing the work.
Right.
And it was very effective because it was built around those intercessions. But if we're not having intercessions, as a runner running a race, you finish like you start. So if you build in a fall conference at the start, you might be able to turn it around to a better start, so you have a better finish. And that would be our purpose. If someone is struggling or not attending or not understanding, then we need to use this time to shore it up, to get a strong start. If we've had a false start, kind of start over, reboot in October, and move forward to a strong finish. That's what we want. Okay, so we'll talk about that for next year and talk about that inside the budget, as well as it's all about time and money. So when you talk about calendar and this concept, it falls into further study by Dr. Logan and Mr. Kirkland. So we'll keep that on the front burner. It doesn't affect our 180 days. So the board has approved our school calendar for next year, my son. The state can bless it with or without the parent-teacher conference date built in. So all we have to do is announce it.
I would be thinking, and I'm defer to Dr. Logan and Dr. Berry, are we concerned about when these students come back in the fall that have been virtual, about the gaps, any kind of, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always going to be, that'll be to be determined, but there's some things that we're doing hopefully to be somewhat proactive. Okay, so for example, for the last month or so, we've had after school remediation at all of our elementary schools. The high school is about to start a grade recovery after school 5 days a week. And then the middle school is right on the heels of that. So I feel like we're doing some things to be proactive, hopefully. But there will also be some virtual contact as well during those times. So yeah, that remains to be seen, but like I said, I feel like we are doing some things to kind of, be proactive on that front. Kind of hard to tell a little bit. We are bringing kids in this week, virtual kids in for testing. So that'll give us some good data to kind of work off of, and I think will help to kind of drive next steps. So that's going on really primarily all week this week. So yeah.
Okay, next up is the Jewel School District litigation, and I need to call an attorney back who has contacted us to see if we want to jump into a class action lawsuit on the damage of vaping. And it's been interesting because that's not really been on our radar, but I had asked Kim DeShazo and Kathy to sit in with me. AASB is not supporting the litigation. It seems to be national, and it's a lawsuit against the Juul company for targeting teenagers to buy vaping products and to vape. And so I needed a conversation with AASB. I asked Kathy and Kim to sit in, and then there were several documents that were given to us. And I involved Dr. Logan in the conversation since she can give us the student incident report and what the nicotine violations might be or might not be, what our frequency of that is, and if it's a problem here like it is in other districts or not. And so we're inclined to not jump in right now, but I needed to bring it before the board so that I could tell the attorney from Beasley Allen yes or no based on the sentiment of the board, not necessarily a board vote. So I'll turn it over to Ms. DeShazo to talk to us a little bit about being a plaintiff instead of being on the defense.
Something Mr. Shazo has no experience with. But I asked Dr. Neal when I saw her notes the other day that she had been contacted by an attorney about Juul litigation, and I was curious at first because unlike the sound of an attorney contacting us, wanting to solicit business, that's not something that's typically ethical, but we've learned something through this process that apparently attorneys can contact a governmental entity directly, and so they have not gone afoul of any ethics rules, but it still makes me feel uncomfortable. So I'll say that as one thing. The second thing is when I was looking in this litigation, Dr. Neal and I looked at numbers and looked at some of the things that are prevalent in Trussville City Schools, because I asked, do we have damages? I mean, one thing that you got to have in a lawsuit is you got to have some damage. So I mean, my question to her was, do we have any damages? Have we had to hire additional security? Have we had to do any kind of drug sniffing dog and bring them in? What have we done to expense wise to fight the so-called Juul problem? And what we learned is we don't have. To say that there are not kids at the high school vaping, I don't think that any of us are naive enough to think that that's not going on to a certain extent. But as far as how we can measure that, the only way we can measure that is by a child either getting caught with it, which is very rare, or would they fail a random drug test. Well, the numbers that we have as far as kids who have failed random drug tests in the last couple of years are very small. It's a very small number of kids. But also, when we go and they test for drugs in their system, or for, for nicotine in their system, it just says nicotine. Well, that could be chewing tobacco, that can be, dipping skull, that can be an e-cigarette, that can be cigarettes, that can be a number of things. There's no drug test that says, oh, this child ingested Juul, Juul product. And so, and we're looking at maybe 5, did we see 6 infractions? And some of those were repeat offenders. So you're looking at 3 or 4 kids that got caught in the last couple of years. It's not a significant number, as far as, and we haven't had to expend any money to do that. We have, and so as far as damages are concerned, I just don't know that we have any tangible damages. And when you weigh that with this is multi-district litigation that's gonna go across the whole country. So you're looking at years of litigation, but you're also looking at their pockets. They'll pick certain schools within each state that will be kind of a representative, they call them a case, what do they call it? I can't remember, but there's a legal term for it, and I should know that, but I don't remember. But they have, they pick certain schools to be a representative of the class representative, that's it. And that particular school system would be responsible for, they would have to respond to all the interrogatories and the requests for production of documents. And Dr. Neal might have to sit for a deposition, which would take time away from her, take time away from our administration to gather all this information, and would put us kind of in the limelight about it. I also think that not that we are in this for good publicity, but the minute you put yourself out there as filing a lawsuit about use of Juul, it gives the implication that we have a significant Juuling problem in Trussville. And we don't really have any way of knowing if we do or don't. All we can go on is the data that we have, which is very little in numbers of infractions. So I want to give you the whole view. I mean, like, and the AASB attorney was quick to say, Beasley Allen will succeed. They will come up with damages. They are a great law firm. They will come up with damages, and they will likely get money for their clients in this lawsuit. But on the flip side is that how much? I can't. Obviously, there's no way to know that, and at what cost. I mean, we're going to have to defend ourselves to parents and the media, and what are we dealing with here? What kind of problem are we dealing with? Taking away all the time and the effort and energy that goes into litigating a lawsuit, and then certainly no guarantee that there is a good outcome. Taking all of that into consideration, I vote that we do not participate in this litigation, but we are certainly getting pushed very, very hard toward joining in with other school systems that do. So I mean, even if I weren't a defense lawyer, I still think I would have a hard time getting on board with this, because I just don't think that the data matches up to it. I think we would be better serving our students by instead doing the things that we can to try to educate them about the dangers of nicotine addiction, and trying to, when a student does get caught, going through our procedures that we have in place, that we have the social worker that they have to meet with for a set number of weeks, the videos and the education that we give them at that point. I think we would be better served to put our time, effort, and energy in those avenues than we would be in being a part of it, or participant in a lawsuit that feels like a money grab. It doesn't feel right to me for schools to be engaged in litigation.
If this suit does happen, I'm sure it will. In the long run, what kind of damages would this Juul company be faced with, and how will they pay off, and will they go bankrupt? And there's the possibility, you read about these things all the time. They're not going to, nobody's going to get any money out of it. I mean, the lawyers will, but the individual school system will have to put out X amount of dollars to do these kinds of things. And how much are you going to get out of this? Well, I mean, you're not going to recoup any. And like I said, the damages, what are the damages? And how much are the damages? And do you get even, we're not out to get money. I mean, we're out to prove a case, which I think That's been proven. But I think you're right about approaching it the way we are. And this is like, is this a national, this is a national group?
This is a firm out of Montgomery.
Is it Big Jerry Beasley? Okay. And he's doing it nationally?
He is doing it nationally. He has joined with other Beasley Allen type firms
Oh, okay.
across the country. There's 4 or 5 of them, and they are doing this massive blast. He's the southeast region component to
Do we
it.
have a feel for any other school systems in the state of Alabama that might be?
Is there?
There are others that have joined in. Jefferson County has joined, Mobile has joined. But Dr. Neal, what kind of contingency fee has he proposed to us? 33%, 40%?
There has not been talk of that yet. I don't have an answer for that yet. But there are other entities involved, and if juuling and vaping is a problem out in communities nationally, then it does need to be stopped. If they are advertising toward the teenage population. But another entity that I think will be significant is the American Heart Association. And the American Heart Association spoke to the District 5 superintendents Friday a week ago, and they wanted to educate us on the term called valleys, V-A-L-I, valleys. And those are vaping acquired lung injuries. And the pediatricians have a record of people under 18 coming into their office with some sort of a lung injury based on vaping. Now, when you get those kinds of statistics, now those children may be in our schools and we don't know it. But when you get those kinds of statistics filtered into this lawsuit, then you've got something. But we really don't have the data to say that we know juuling is a problem in our school system. In fact, we don't have any. We had 6 tobacco infractions, and like Mr. Shazo said, we don't know if they're chewing tobacco or.
If you look at Mobile County, their size, they're the second largest in the state, almost 40,000 students versus ours, almost 5,000. So I can see where there might be some. But smaller school system, I'm interested in any, do we know of any smaller school system compared to our numbers? And even if it is, it's still, it's just interesting, I think, about that.
I don't know the list. I don't remember
I
the
don't
list.
remember the list. I can look back and see what,
Okay.
Just back to the school issue though, because I think if this Valley thing came about, then that kind of reminds me of this opioid deal. That's where individuals will file against the company. It's not the school system. If we've only had 6, I think my elementary school had more than that. So I mean, we're doing something right or you're not watching. But yeah, I just think as a school system, where Kim said simply, how do we say we had damages? Now, there could well be some parents and students that would claim in a bigger thing like opioid, but this just isn't that. It just feels wrong. In the business I'm in, I really don't like this kind of solicit, let's sue everybody because something happened. I mean, if there's a legit thing, this just, I agree with Kim, this doesn't feel like that.
Well, the thing that you said that struck me, us joining in, it does not reflect any kind of issue. I mean, on the one hand, we don't know everything, but the infractions we've had and all that, it's not a reflection of that. I feel like that's a bigger issue would be, what does that say about, I mean, I would be concerned about that. And let me ask you this, it's just a question. If you join in or something like that, you're responsible for all the data collecting? So how do you even get that kind of medical records if there's been problems, or if they're, I mean, if you're trying to prove anything like, I don't know.
well, you have to, not only would you have to prove, I think, that they had the injury, but that they used the product on school property, I think would be the.
Wow.
When did the injury impact the
That's a
school?
good point.
Right, I mean, they would have to have done it while they were at school. I mean, I think that it's gonna have to be an infraction that they get caught red-handed, with, and I don't think that that's very feasible. I don't know the ins and outs. I would share that, but.
So the sentiment is to say no.
I don't see anything positive about it. We're not taking a vote on it, we're just.
No, it's just,
Sentiment.
I told the attorney that I would bring this before the board for discussion. So I welcome any other comments that you all may have.
Thank you, that was good stuff. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know where I'm going for an attorney.
I'm not trying to influence, I'm not trying to influence, I'm merely bringing you the information.
No, but it was a great
Was our other
explanation,
attorney,
wasn't it?
is our other attorney, Ms. Brown? Any other attorney, our other attorney, do you have any other comments?
I'm not- I like that.
Well, you said AASB's against this as well. So,
They did not choose to, support or
That's
advocate this litigation.
statement there. That's good.
They felt like it was not their mission.
Very good.
Okay, if there are any other comments you'd like to make privately, that's fine, I'll call him back tomorrow.
Can I ask a question?
He's only calling. How many times does he call, Sandra?
7, 8.
So, all right.
Wow, we are getting a full court press. Question, do we do any kind of, do we do educate? I mean, is there something that's built into any athletics or anything on education and stuff?
We
Where's
can
that?
talk about random drug testing, I'll turn it over to Dr. Logan, and tobacco cessation and social worker. So, do you want to address that?
Yes, if students are, found to have nicotine in their system through random drug testing, then, the board policy that we amended 2 years ago, I think that was 2 years ago, requires a cessation program. And so we run that through, our student support specialist, meets with students so many weeks, depending on where they are, in the infraction process or in the drug testing process, as a required piece of that policy, instead of just taking away privileges right away, trying to get to the root of the problem and remedying the problem before it escalates to something else. And so COVID has, of course, presented an issue implementing that, this year, to the extent we want to, but hopefully next year it can go full force and do that. So that's solving the root cause of the problem is the goal with any nicotine findings, because we usually view that as a potential gateway to do other things, and so we want to stop that. And
I would think preventive is the key.
Yeah.
And I would also think this would begin at the middle school, because we know a
Absolutely.
lot of things change there. I see the end result of life of nicotine. I mean, in my practice, what we do in wound care. So, I mean, we're not talking always somebody in their 60s and 70s. We've seen a lot in their 30s and 40s. So I would just love to see that piece, because let's just face it. I mean, you see a lot of people like we're not catching them at school, but you see groups of young people together, and it's very discreet. I mean, you see a little plume of smoke, and then you look at, people are very discreet about it,
Absolutely.
Anyway, I just didn't know
That's
what we were.
that was the other piece to the infractions. Kids are savvy. I mean, we know
They are.
nationally, this is definitely a problem that teens face. We know teens vape and jewel, but they're very savvy, and getting caught doing it, that's the data that we have. It doesn't reflect on the national problem that
Right.
it exists.
Right.
But just what you said, they can be discreet with it. So,
Are our programs, do you think our programs are working, cessation, whatever that word is, stopping? Has that, with everything else going on, and you keep reading in the paper, of course, and reading that smoking is less, and there's well as negative publicity in the children. Is there been any, you think we're making some progress, or is it hard to tell?
I don't think we have enough data just yet, enough. With this year being the way it was, I think we need a couple more consecutive years, but of the, prior to the cessation program that we're putting in place, of students that were drug tested and had found nicotine, there were a handful of parents I know of that sought out a cessation program for their child, and it was successful with their child. So I think the notion of having some sort of program with accountability and education built into it, I think it is effective.
There's a percentage, and I've read it, and I'm not good at quoting that, but if you can get somebody, you can get them educated before they even start the habit, the percentage of success, because once you start it, the percentage is so much less of being able to stop, so it's that catching them on the front end of, so that's why I guess the preventive and the education, it's almost you want, not somebody my age or somebody our age, they listen to somebody up here, and these kids that are showing up with these damages, I'm sure it's gotten their attention more so than just a parent or, a teacher talking about it. It's just, and it's something, this is a new thing in the last, 2 or 3 years, the vaping, or is it 5? I don't know when.
Well, it's just evolved. It was just e-cigarettes and then it's evolved into all these different types of things you can do, and they do market it to be cool and, trendy for kids.
Well, there's shops everywhere now, whereas you used to just see one every now and then, but there's shops everywhere. So it is
Well, I think, one thing that we could do, is, and you don't want to target athletes, but I know that when you sign your child up to play a sport at the middle school or the high school, they have to watch a video on sportsmanship. I wonder if there is a video on vaping or nicotine use that we could throw in there to make kids have to watch that before they can play athlete.
I'm looking at our athletics director.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Because like you're talking about, every year there's 8 or 9 forms that you have to go through with concussion and heat illness, and almost if it was a part of the physical and sportsmanship and all that. We can certainly ask. There's a National Federation of High Schools, NFHS. They provide all of those, through AHSA. So we could look out there and see if there's anything like that.
Short of having a full-blown assembly at the middle school and bringing in a speaker, that might be a better, because that would get, what percentage of students are athletes? I would say that's a significant number of kids that you'd be reaching just by doing something like that.
That's a great idea because it will touch the students' lives before they drive. The other part of random drug testing is when they have a parking space. The parking sticker at the high school, and they could do that again because they're going to be randomly tested, but the athletics would touch them sooner.
Right, in 7th grade, or going into 7th grade.
I like that.
And I want to take it a step further. I think other than athletes, I just think middle school, everything kind of changes a little bit. You got older kids, and I know y'all know this. I'm just saying, where I saw a lot of, changes in my children, it's a big deal, and it's a peer thing then. Everything becomes peer, more so than elementary school. I just think it's a big enough issue. It doesn't change my sentiments about what we just talked about none of that. I want us to be proactive, or I think that's a place where we could really step in. Look at those commercials on TV about that has had I've never smoked, but that is a huge impact. I'm not saying that, but something to that effect, if you could get somebody, a young person, and I'm sure we can access something like that. I would just like to see us addressing it at the middle school.
I've added it to my list to talk to the counselors about. How about that?
Early, Kim said it, it's the better you start energy to educate the evils of it rather than get problems.
Absolutely.
So it's just, I'm sure we do that, but let's turn the light.
Do.
Every cat is personally scary with it.
They're scary. They're scary. We don't, our patients, it doesn't get their attention until, I hate to say that, amputation and things like that, So it just, I want to go down.
Yeah, it's a great conversation, and I appreciate all of your comments. Next up, Mr. Gaston and I will be teaming on communication strategies, but you have before you the Mark Steen document, and we've met with them over and over, and we finally have the plans for 3 specific areas in our communication strategies. And this has been a real shift for this board, because I think we needed to do this because the landscape shifted underneath us with social media, with different applications, online information that's instant and misinformation that's instant, you know, and how do you manage that? It's been a real challenge. But the 43-page document before you shows recommendations that I'll just highlight and turn it over to Mr. Gaston for social media and how we might interface on social media, for email and marketing recommendations, and what our approaches are and how they might change with email marketing. Websites, and that's district website and website per school, and then creative recommendations to highlight our strengths. And as Mark Steen investigated all things media and social media, they found out that we needed to clearly display any update from leadership, from me at central office with messages from the board or from any leadership in Trussville City Schools, to really highlight and push out our school awards and accolades for students, teacher recognitions, community engagement, and anything we're doing, just like the chamber luncheon that you mentioned, Kathy, a few minutes ago, and then our athletic recaps and our academic recaps that really put us on the map. We are, we could push out more athletically and academically to show our presence and our ranking in the state, which are statewide pushes. So that's just a recap of the areas that capture the communication strategy from Mark Steen. But I want to turn it over to Mr. Gaston now for him to expand on that and talk to you about the communications survey.
All right, thank you, Dr. Neal. Hello, board members. Ms. Chamberlain is in control of the slideshow, so she and I will work in tandem to cycle through these. It's about 30 slides or so, but I'll try to go as quickly as possible and leave us some time for questions. And we're getting close to lunch too, I believe, right? So that'll be a hard stop for us. But to Dr. Neal's points as far as social media, we've had some good successes on that. We started an Instagram account, which was one of the recommendations from Mark Steen. And I expect today for us to top 1,000 followers. I just checked, we're at 998, so I get a notification every time somebody follows us. And so that's really positive. And we know a lot of our younger parents, that's where they are. They're on TikTok and Snapchat, which I'm not going to start. And they're on Instagram. So we want to leverage that platform since it's free to us as possible. So what has happened? And we'll cycle through the slides here to show you where we are. We conducted the parent communication survey. And if any of you want the full survey itself, I can send it to you. But I thought we'd go through some highlights here in a second. Secondly, district and school level communication audits. I've met with all of the school administrative teams. First 2 weeks I was here, sat down, talked to them, learned what was working, what's not working, what strategies are they employing or not employing, what's being leveraged. Went over their school to home communication practices because we know that's what most parents look for first. You know, that big discussion a while ago about parent-teacher meetings. So if sometimes think we're the nucleus, and we are from an administrative standpoint, but from a parent's point of view, that teacher is the nucleus of the K-12 experience. So we've got to make sure the communication is as sharp as possible from that spoke in the wheel, if you will. Conversations with existing school level communicators. So this is a thing that's still a really, that's a big work in progress. You know, some school systems have like a really large communication team by design. Like I spoke with the communications director of Houston Public Schools a few years ago. She had a PR staff of 55. I don't think we have 55 people in this building. So they have every toy known to man, but they've got 215,000 students. So I say that to say we've got to leverage free people in our schools or existing personnel who want to be the person to help me manage their school website, who want to take photos and funnel those to me for in the loop, who want to help with social media streams. So we can tap into those talents, because a lot of our teachers have education degrees, but you'd be surprised how many might have a mass media degree or their bachelor's in broadcast communication or public relations. So we'll go to the next slide. So we were right at that statistical validation standpoint for the parent communication survey that was conducted in early April, 1,037 responses. And if we will go to the next slide, you will see it kind of trends with the sizes of the schools. So Payne had the most, of course, they're our largest elementary school. High school was second, middle school, and then you see where the other two schools fall from there. But it's hard to see right here, but 24%, almost a quarter came from high school parents. And then 28% came from Payne Elementary School. So high response rates there. We went with SurveyMonkey is the vehicle for the survey because you can lock it down to not have duplicate responses via IP address. Really, the only way to get almost clean data on these types of surveys is to contract with a survey company that does an invitation code per household. Otherwise, you're going to get people that game the system and try to take it 1,000 times to get the answers and the data that they want. So again, we locked it down as far as we could with an IP address. So what are the big takeaways of this survey? Again, teacher to home communication, it reigns. It's far and away the biggest thing that parents look for. We received high marks for quality and frequency. Of course, I was not here when all this happened, so kudos to Sandra for keeping up in the loop all these years, and Lance for tracking the Huskies, and all of our former school administrators and current school administrators. So that was, Trussville received really high marks on that. However, parents are still looking for more content and more relevant content. And perhaps I should caveat this entire thing that we're trying to survey standard practices during a non-standard year. So we almost probably could throw out this entire survey because it was conducted during a COVID school year. Text messages and emails are preferred. That kind of tracks with national trends. People don't like to be called anymore because it looks like spam. So our parents are saying text us and email us, take off phone calls. Almost 85% of our parents reach us on mobile devices. So we've got to make sure the websites, the newsletters, any kind of communication piece we send out are mobile friendly. So, you know, we've had that they scale to a device, right? For news or information regarding my child's school, such as general info, schedules, menus, highlights, accomplishments, that gets back to what I just said. You can see this is a visual depiction of teacher email is off the charts. So teacher newsletter, a close second. Interestingly, you get on down to mainstream media. We had 16 people that say they rely on mainstream media for news about Trussville schools. Again, we get high marks. Great or good came in as the majority of quality ratings, qualitative ratings for the content that we send out. Go to the next slide. They like the frequency. The majority says it's either just right or okay. A majority follows school social media. 30% tell us to increase that social media frequency. Again, that's one thing that I'll be working on, is finding out who are the point persons in our schools that want to be the managers for their elementary school, for their middle school, for the high school, to run Twitter, or to post on Facebook, or to manage an Instagram account. There's a way to do it, but we got to find the people first.
Are we looking at any compensation for those individuals?
So we do have a lot of extra duties that are supplemented, and in a previous district where I worked, those positions were. So it would determine on how, I guess based on resources, how we want to compensate, if and how we want to compensate those individuals. For example, it was a sliding scale in Hoover. So the high school webmasters would get, I think, $1,000 a year. Middle school $750, elementary $500. We now.
Was there any time compensation as far as less duty for them or giving them some time to work on that during the school day?
Some of them were allotted time during the prep periods. It really came down to the principal and how, and who the person was, what role they had, and how the master schedule worked out for that facility. That's a good question.
I might jump in here and ask April to join me. We do have lead technology teachers that are paid a supplement of $1,020 per year. And we have a job description that goes with that, and it lends itself to this, but it's evolving and changing. So it's a supplement, so it doesn't really come to the board as a job description and a position per se in personnel. But the flexibility for the LTTs, if we put it in that category, will be revised, if that job description. So April, help me out here with.
So currently, the responsibilities are that they are the trainers for their school for instructional technology. And so we provide them with training, and then they turn around and schedule training with their staff, and we support further on that too. And they help develop the school technology plan. They lead the charge. What we have seen traditionally is that one of them, and we've got 3 at our high school, 3 at our middle school, 2 at Payne, 1 at Magnolia, 1 at Cahaba. And at every school, one of those LTTs has something to do with the website or making sure they send the pictures for in the loop and other things. So that was already kind of a natural part of the LTT program, but it came by, as the principal said, this is a need and here's who we feel could meet that need. And so it's not directly written in the responsibilities as it stands right now, but we are looking at adding that as a component, and they would work with Jason on that part.
So yes, we already have that built into our budget for extra time to do these things, but they're not being done right now. They've got to be wrapped into that description for the supplement.
Yeah, and that'll be a huge help once we get the LTTs, get those job duties better defined. So I appreciate you bringing that one up, and April's been a big help with helping me understand some of the processes that are in place and some of the disconnects that are there. Again, back to the survey, In the Loop and Tracking the Huskies are well branded, well received. However, a lot of parents ask us to separate it because as you would understand, a lot of elementary parents don't want athletic news. Their kids aren't up there just yet. But the way that our software connects with Blackboard mass communication, we don't have a way to customize and do an a la carte send out for newsletters. It's kind of all or none. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. If you opt out of the bake sale, you opt out of the tornado warning. So it's really that black or white. All right.
But it comes as 2 different pieces. I mean, they just
They
don't even want it on their email. I mean, is that the response?
Correct.
So,
Yeah, let's time out for a minute. If they didn't want tracking the Huskies and they opt out of it, they don't get any.
that's right.
That's a problem.
Yes,
Yeah, it is.
that's right. They opt out of that. Again, when something you stepped out a second ago. High marks for both. I think there's good name recall, good brand recognition for both of those newsletters and their names. But yeah, if they're a kindergarten parent and I send out Tracking the Huskies and they hit unsubscribe, they're not going to get that week's In the Loop, and they're not going to get something from their teacher if their teacher sends through Blackboard. So it's a huge, it's big. And perhaps that's an opportunity for me to communicate to parents in Trussville City Schools of how that works and how once your parent data points are in iNow/PowerSchool and they filter through various systems all the way up to Blackboard, it's kind of a one or none.
Yeah, that's an education.
It is.
Also, go back to the, I mean, you don't have to flip the slide, but this 29% of respondents, so that's of the 1,000 whoever responded, do not use social media.
Thank you. I guess I skipped over that bullet point.
That's a huge percentage.
That's surprising.
Correct. So I think we get in this mindset of everybody's on Facebook, everybody's on Twitter, but there are some families that have that personal decision that as a family, we're not going to be on social media, or we're not going to let our kids be on it until 13 or whatever. And some people have been on it and said, I'm done, it's too nasty, and that just deactivated their accounts. So that gets back to all of our stuff has to live on our websites first,
Yes.
right?
That's one
All
was
of
my
it.
next question.
Correct. All of the big stuff, I'm not talking like, teacher emails about Little Johnny's report card, but all of the big stuff has to live on the website, because intuitively, that's where I think most parents should go back to, not go back to such and such school's Facebook page. And then scroll through and then say, okay, I know the school said something about report cards in January, then you gotta scroll through 1,000 posts about field day and bake sales and carpool lines to get to something. It should be really easy to find, minimal clicks on a school or district website.
Yeah, because I'm thinking somebody like Kim, she has 3 kids, so everything that she needs to know can be found on the school website and communication with those teachers. And if she wants to be on social media, she's gonna get all but in the loop and school website. Somebody like Kim, and I'm thinking back to me, I only had so much time with 5. I can get all the information up to date, correct, on that website.
That's right.
That's our main kind of thing, and then everything else, I'll get in the loop email, but if, social media gives me that. And I'm on Instagram, so I'm not gonna say that, I like seeing the little the extras, but I can basically follow the school, be in tune.
Correct.
Because I'm surprised about that, 30%, that's a lot, that's a high percentage.
But 70% are on social media.
I
So,
get
and
that, but
think
I'm just
it-
saying.
I like his term spoken will, so if the website was the will, then all social media brings you back, business body brings you back.
That's right.
Point. That's where it should be.
Yeah, I think, it's just as important, but I'm just saying that's a higher percentage than I expected.
I think I like your thought, there's an education, if somebody that won't track in the Huskies and then they lose everything else, they may not realize something that doesn't subscribe, it's just as easy to get delete. But I guess you can have it weekly. One of the things that I've thought about in the loop is, it is fantastic, but when I think about that being a la carte, I think about, does a Magnolia parent want to see maybe something with just Magnolia? You may have people have 3 kids in school, there's a middle school parent just want that. I feel like in the loop, it's all good, but I got to navigate through all the schools that I may not have interest in to find it. And maybe there's just a way to make it a click where it just goes to your school. And then maybe there's one page of it that's all general information that applies to the entire school district. Like I saw where we continue our masking ordinance in the loop, but it's just a line there. And I don't know if we could have put that out in more ways or, a more convincing argument. I just think sometimes there's so much in there that maybe some pertinent things possibly get lost. Or as a parent, you're drilling down, you don't have time to drill down to 20 pictures at other elementary schools to get to your kid's school. That's where I think of making that more targeted to what's specific to your kid. But you still want to do everything else. So.
Very true. And I will say the principals, at least the elementary principals, and guys, correct me if I'm wrong, they all have blogs. So I think they come out on the weekends. I saw Ms. Abney sent one out, Dr. Lotspike, Ms. Tyner, those 3 came through my email this weekend. So that's an example of how they're reaching their parents as well. So that kind of.
I had no idea. I got one to middle
Is
school.
that internal?
Yeah.
The blogs might be
Yeah.
internal to how to get messages to teachers.
Yes.
There are those.
They have
that is-
newsletters
That's what
also.
I think that's the blog.
What's
They,
that?
they do have newsletters also, the s'mores. A lot of
They
people.
do some more. So you hear
Okay,
all
that
those
comes from my
posts with
kid's
this.
teacher, so
Yeah.
they must send it to the teacher, and then the teacher sends it to the parents. Okay, that's how I get that, but I don't get it independently. Well, and I will say that in the loop, I guess, since you've taken it over, it now does kind of do it by school, in that you get all the Magnolia stuff together, and then all the Cahaba stuff together. So that is, I think that's addressing some of what Mark did. I'm asking because I'm not 100% sure, but like I got a kid at Cahaba. I can't go just type in cahabaelementary.com and go to the Cahaba website. I have to go to the Trussville City Schools website, scroll down, find Cahaba, and then go to Cahaba. Is there a reason for that we have to go through multiple layers to get to my kid's school website?
Well, so on the district site, on the top header, it says selected schools. So
Sure.
TrussvilleCitySchools.com, it should just be one click, hover down to Cahaba, click it, and then go. So I don't know if you're going multiple routes or if
No,
that's.
and that's it. It's just that that's an extra step. You see what I'm saying? Like if I just need to know, what is the Hewitt Middle School's phone number? I gotta go to Trussville City Schools.
Yeah.
Find you at middle school, go to find it, and then I gotta, it's multiple steps, where if I could just go to Hewitt Trussville Middle School's website directly, I guarantee you their phone numbers, at the bottom or somewhere on the very first page.
No, I hear what you're saying.
It's a first world ridiculous
Yeah.
problem, but it's a step, it's an extra step.
Well, so the way our website's organized, it's really one big website, and the school sites would be considered a sub-site embedded within the umbrella site, which is the district. So that gets to what you're speaking to. However, we have created and probably not communicated this effectively, what are called web or friendly web mappings. So you really can go to trussvillecityschools.com/Nahaba, and it should take you straight to that school level website. So we can work on that.
Well, maybe we could put that in the, like at the beginning of the year or something, when the teacher gives you all the
Gotta add to your
contact
favorites.
stuff. Do what?
Gotta add to your favorites somehow.
That's right, somehow or another.
Or you can use Google. When my kids was in school, we just Google it and
It
the
comes
high
right
school,
up.
the middle
It comes
school,
up.
and the elementary schools will come up.
It has happened to me where I wanted my child's teacher's email. I needed to email them that my kid was gonna change their transportation that day, and I can't remember, does my kid's teacher go by her first name or her first and middle name, and what's her address, it's things like that, I don't know, like I said, it's nothing more than laziness on my part, just asking if there was a reason behind
Well,
it.
there are certain standards in the web world and communication world. After about 3 clicks, people get fatigued.
Struggling, that's a sad problem we have.
Kim's up too.
Right.
Yeah, Kim David, about that.
But to Kim's point, I had to go to recruit work. What if at the beginning of your school year was just little, of course, I'd lose it. But it was that one little thing that gave me the link to transportation, my teacher's email, just customized. Every year you start your year, here's the 4 main links you need for this school year for that kid. I mean, that can be kind of cool stuff. And I guess learn how to save that and find it all the time. It's another way to communicate, connect in a very personal way.
Right, well, we can have each school do a SMORE, which is the digital online editable newsletter.
Oh, that's not something you do up by the campfire.
It could be. We can do that. Pass out printed letters to the parents. But yeah, SMORE is the software for those newsletters where we send in the loop and track the Huskies. But yeah, we could do one of those that just kind of lives throughout the year, and the parents bookmark it on your address bar, and then you just go straight to it.
See, you gotta teach us how to do that too, because we got some old parents here.
We don't have a workshop real soon. How about that? Okay. We'll go on to the next slide here. Okay, other processes in place. We'll go through these. I'm attempting to disable dormant social media accounts. This is a screenshot here of the second time that I have tried to report to Twitter, which is based in San Francisco, to block or disable Payne Primary. We don't call it Payne Primary School anymore unless I'm wrong. And but that account is still live, and working with the school administrators. Apparently somebody tweeted from this account 2 or 3 years ago. They don't remember who it is. The password is lost way out in cyberspace. And so, but you'll see every now and then where 2 or 3 people start following this account, thinking it's the legitimate Twitter account for this school. So we're working on that. Go to the next slide. Dr. Berry, you're still listed on Google as the principal of Hewitt Trussville Middle School. So you are back. You are back. And so, but yeah, to your point, Ms. Tolbert, when you Google a school, we do index pretty highly. So that's kudos to Blackboard for their algorithms, for making sure that we rise to the top. But when you Google Hewitt Trussville Middle School, the 2015-16 ADM comes up, and then Dr. Berry comes up as the principal. So I'm cycling through trying to correct all that stuff. Not just on Google, but also on like greatschools.org, greatmyschool.com, niche.com. We've got all these third-party entities that have our digital footprint out there, and a lot of them are wrong, or maybe just a little bit off. So we want to ensure all those data points are as accurate as possible. I've also worked with one of our account reps at Blackboard, Ruth Spina, out in Austin, Texas, to develop a Google Data Studio. This is kind of a hybrid of the analytics feature that's built into our websites and also Google Analytics. but it's a much cleaner snapshot of the data of how people are visiting their site, how often, when, by what device. Google Analytics is kind of very deep in terms of, it's more of the private sector. It tells you about ad revenue and marketing opportunities. And of course, we're a governmental entity, so that's one thing that's in progress. And I mentioned earlier the communication audits, school guides for schools. We'll go to the next one. These are just screenshots of what I've sent some of the schools, some of the LTTs, just a baseline checklist of what they can do to make sure their websites are as web friendly for parents. If we're talking about best practices for the summer, ensure that your school start date is prominently displayed. One thing I've seen and talked to with my counterparts across the country, you'd be shocked how many parents the day before school is set to start don't remember that it's the start date for school. Things just get going for some parents, right? And they're like, oh, tomorrow's the first day of school. So we want to make sure when they Google us, that they can find that stuff pretty easily. Faculty and staff listing is current. And so some of these things are coming along very, very smoothly at the schools. Heat maps for social media. There are optimal times to post. We won't dive too deep into that, but that just kind of shows you the dark or the blue right there in the middle of the day, and really more on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, for example, are the best times to post and get good traction on your Facebook content.
That's so surprising.
Right. And
So
Instagram.
shocked at that.
It's your lunchtime.
Is that what people are scrolling while they're eating their lunch, that make eye?
That and if you drill down to K-12 parents, if you think about it, they're sitting in the car line, sometimes starting at 1:30. So they're in their car scrolling through Facebook. So that's a great time to post the teacher awards or the Scholars Bowl or all these great things.
Waiting in car line, we'd like to inform you of.
Right. Also, there was a well-intentioned person at a school in another district one time who grabbed an image off Google Images, and it belonged to someone in a state in the far west. And I don't know how this person found his image on this random school website here in Metro Birmingham, but he sent a letter to the school with an invoice for, I think, $5,200. It said, I'm flattered that you found my image on Google and you're using it to promote your end of the school function, but here's how much it cost you to use that image. And so all that to say, we can get going real fast and find an image and slap it on a flyer, slap it on a website, and not even think of the copyright constraints that are there. Again, that was another district that I'm sure this never happened in Trussville City Schools. So I am providing all the schools with, known to me, the websites where they can find some free images, some free videos, or some low-cost options for them to kind of jazz up their communication pieces. So including music beds. So I'm working with April and her team, trying to, she's doing the big work with the Power School conversion and all these fine folks back here. But again, all of that data flows up to Blackboard. And we also have instances of employees who have emailed me and said, hey, I heard we were getting out early the next day, or this thing about the vaccine. I didn't get that message, and I go in there and I see where they unsubscribed to something. So I'm trying to get something out to our employee base as well to inform them, hey, again, if you unsubscribe from this text message, you are out of the system completely. Final thoughts. Again, working to identify those school level key communicators. Again, the people designated by us and building level administrators who can manage websites, social media streams, newsletters. Continue to refine communication strategies. Again, looking back to those heat maps, when is the best time to post? Don't do 10 posts in a row and then not post anything for 10 days in a row, right? So there needs to be kind of a rhythm and a flow to it. Develop a social media strategy that goes in tandem with bullet point number 2. Refresh our web templates and optimize them for mobile. They are, I will say, pretty much optimized for mobile now, but we're on the 3rd year of our templates with Blackboard, and so it's probably time for a refresh. Again, we conducted this survey February in the middle of a COVID school year, so we'll conduct it the next 2 years, assuming this is our benchmark, and kind of see where the data point to in the next, at the 3-year benchmark. Do you have any questions?
How well have you been in contact with the Walkstein group, or have they had any input with this, and how are y'all working together on this?
Yeah, so Logan Powell is the main point person, at least with whom I speak. And you've seen in his document there, a lot of the recommendations includes amping up our video content. So I've been as intentional as I can to put more video on our websites and social media and in the loop. And so that's one of his big recommendations. Starting up the Instagram account was also one of their big recommendations. And so I've been in touch with him about getting that going. He seems pleased with some of the strategies that we've implemented there.
So they have been helpful. I mean, we're working with them, and you feel good about that.
I do. And I know Mr. Kirkland and Dr. Neal, we've got, I think, some more time with them on the master contract, and we will use them when we have our campaign later this fall. So they've been helpful, but for the most part, they've just said, here's the strategy, run with it, and that's what we've done.
I think their audit helped us get to this point, because Norkstein did an audit of all things social media, website, email communication strategies. And in their audit, they found some gaps and some statistics for us that we were able to hone into and shore up. And I think that's what we've done. I think things have gotten better, and I think communication has improved. But I love your input on it, because that's something we talked about in earlier meetings before COVID. And I just want to be sure that our strategies are worthwhile.
Can we get an email copy of this Norkstein thing to read, or I can read on email, you send it attachment sometime, yeah, because I don't think I'm reading here, it was what, 48 pages?
Well, I think, I wonder if there's a way for us to create an email address for parents to send photographs or videos of their kids doing things. Like, I know that, like, the soccer team lost a game this week, but I think there was a moment that happened where, somebody scored a goal and they just had a great team moment. And that was circulated amongst my friends on Facebook. I thought, those are the kind of neat, like, celebrations that would be newsworthy. But it was just a video taken by a parent. But I wonder if there was if we've made there to be an avenue for parents to send in their own pictures. I mean, in tandem with the teachers and the LTTs doing that as well. But that's something that, I mean, every kid wants to see their cell phone in the loop or on the school's website or, whatever. And I wonder if we could create an email address and say, okay, any pictures that you want to submit. I mean, I don't know if you would get 5 pictures or you get 500 pictures in a week. I have no idea. And that may be completely cost prohibitive, but I don't know. I just think that if our whole goal is to increase our presence and to celebrate good things that are happening, that might be a good resource to try to make it.
That's a good idea. It gets back to how much time and energy we want to dedicate to that, and how we can maybe have several people on the receiving end of that email address. So if it is an athletics thing, it goes straight to Lance, and then you funnel it through your automated platforms. If it is a soccer achievement, it gets tweeted through Hewitt Soccer, right? Or if it's big enough, it goes in Tracking the Huskies. And getting back to the school level communicators, if they're on the receiving end, because it could be something that is, like you said, it's just a moment, but it's still spectacular. Hewitt Middle School may want to tweet it out. But if it's something that has never been done before, then certainly it rises to the district level, it goes in the loop, and it may even be something that I would pitch to mainstream media and say, hey, this is really cool. Would you like to do a profile on this?
Right.
Because we don't want to forget our friends in the mainstream media, but we want to know that we own our platforms first, we can tell our story first, and then if we want to amplify it throughout the metro and beyond, then we've got that possibility, but that's a good suggestion.
Well, what I like about that, this fall, the topic at the ASB meeting was public relations. And I went to it, and so many of the really good ones, however they're pushing up, they were music-based videos. Your son and I talked about this. This is a creative niche he has in his business, and they're inspiring, and not a word is said. But it's music and kids' faces and awards coming through. I mean, it's almost like when my daughter's going through sorority recruiting and rushing, I mean, those little videos were all meant to sell you on that story. I'm thinking, what a cool way in 30 seconds to inspire parents about what's going on at their kid's school. Just wonderful music, short video, and great data. You know, and to your point, Mark's team say video works. I think it works. And that's what you're saying.
Well, maybe something as simple as like, Cahaba Elementary has a October video that shows out everything that they've done in October, and it's a snap, little 30-second video of, and kids doing everything from just regular PE, they take a 2-second snap, almost like a 1 second everyday type video. They sit it out once a month or something. Just, I don't know. I just think that the more celebrations that we can do of individuals, it just brings kids in.
Be creative too. I mean, just the video and the music changes everything. I mean, our high school now has a class that does it. Doesn't Jill Green do something?
They do, she does mass media.
Yeah, those kids are pretty fired up in that thing. And I mean, so.
Yeah, the one thing we just have to be careful of, your idea is fantastic about parents submitting. We do have children who can't be photographed or videoed, and so you as a parent wouldn't know that if you were sending in, a video or something like that. So, we just have to be sure that.
All the kids got free.
And we wouldn't necessarily, I know their names, but I don't necessarily, I wouldn't recognize them. And so if I'm trying to help you decide if everybody in this photograph can be shown, I'd have to then get to a principal level and, figure that out. So it might be possible, which might take some time. It is, there are lots of
Parents
layers.
can send pictures of their own children for sure.
They
Yeah,
can.
but there may be other kids in it. So
That's, yeah, if it were just your kid, that wouldn't be
yeah,
a
that means you
problem.
get permission. It's just your kid.
Yeah.
It's the video team.
Yeah,
Of course, there's no policing now on social media when some parent put it out.
but if
Because
we did it, yeah.
Yeah, that's the complexity of it, and then the added layer on top of that is during COVID, trying to do PR in schools has been like landmines, because you don't want to photograph something that's great, but then in the background show kids without masks or teachers without masks. And again, like our general said, we've had great adherence to those policies, but there are times when somebody's got to pull a mask off to take a sip of water, or maybe it's a cough or something. So, and those can be just little nanoseconds of time that end up in the background of a photo, and then somebody picks it apart on social media. So it's a slippery slope there. But Lance, I believe all of our student athletes are opted in from a media waiver standpoint. I mean, they can't be playing on a public, yeah. Because the sporting event, anybody in the world can come buy a ticket and walk in there. And everybody's got a phone connected to the world. So all student athletes are opted in, correct?
Yeah, and that's something we actually check really each year on our newsletter website.
But it could be possible that there could be an athlete that couldn't at some point, that could be possible. But
And how would we navigate that? So if we ever have somebody that qualifies for baseball, great player, makes the team, parent says no to being depicted in any kind of visual media, does that team get no publicity for that year?
we have to be strategic about.
Yeah, I think we just opt for a picture of a couple of kids and stay away from a team picture or things of that nature.
Because in online registration, all parents have, select my child can be a part of it or not. And the one person in the main office of every school pulls that data down and shares it out with those that needs it. So if I said my child couldn't, then they would communicate to my children's teacher that they cannot be a part of communication, and then to the yearbook, and to others that would be a part of, and to the webmaster.
And you have to be careful of the opposing team also. We don't know about those students.
What did you say that when they register, they do that?
It's a
Okay,
question that we
okay.
ask in online registration.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and if sometimes they fall into that situation during the year, if there's a protection order issue, it's a foster care child that doesn't need to be found, it gets really sticky sometimes.
You say it changes from the day they register.
It could,
But I mean, that, to what you're talking about, these live shots, is a problem. If we went in and orchestrated a video promoting the school, that could be controlled.
Our schools really are in tune with who that is. It's pretty, they really are.
For the most part.
It's-
We don't have a lot of kids that opt out. But still.
For those that do, it's
a big-
usually
it's a big
for a
deal.
big reason.
Yeah.
You don't want to make a mistake.
Yeah.
Something concerns me a little bit. This is the old school. Back in 2016. This all sounds great, we want to do this, but do you think that we may be looking at overexposure, too much production, too much emphasis on trying to create this feedback from all the schools, that we're taking away from our purpose, if that's instruction? This is something that we're not at that point yet, right? We're just beginning. But would there someday be an overexposure, trying to make something that really isn't there right now and creating more of a problem in that we're having contact people at each of the schools, and they're having to come up with this content every month and showing what we're doing? It concerns me a little bit that we could be leading ourselves to overexposure. Just something to just throw out for the rest of the world. Don't have to respond to anything, just something down the road.
There's a fine line, because I think parents understand our mission is teaching and learning. And so if they're seeing more rah-rah, celebration, fluffy stuff out on our channels, then they're gonna be like, well, what are kids are just having fun all day, they're not learning. So there's a balance there.
Okay, just keeping that in mind. Yeah, of course, we're not to that point. Of course, we're getting started, and we need to do this. I understand that. But this is a good point, is that fine balance in there, and putting too much pressure on the schools to come up with this. So anyway, that's where we are. That's what I just thought.
Good point.
We hired someone, the specialties to do that, so I think, we're in a good place right now. And to your point, we're not near there yet.
No, we get there. This is the 21st century, this is the 20th.
By the way, I ran into, Stacy, you'll like this, I ran into a Hoover school board member over spring break. I had quite many conversations, they're still kind of sore about stealing them, so what you do, and you go fast, man.
Appreciate you sharing that.
I thought I was going to buy them a drink for us.
Oh my gosh. Great people over there, for sure. Great people, great. So I appreciate this opportunity. It's been a lot of fun getting started with this. And again, it's reflected in the survey results. A lot of good things are already happening. It just gets back to having a little bit more intentionality and tying together some loose ends. And again, not pulling away from instruction too much, but making sure we have some folks out in the schools who are looping me in with stuff and making sure that we know all the good things that are happening, so we can get some of those on the radar for our constituents.
Good presentation.
You're welcome.
So our last topic before lunch is learning options for next year. So let me say the word draft about 3 times. This is a draft plan, a draft survey for parents to enter into learning options for next year. And it could change because we don't have the results yet, but we have COVID relief funds to help us with a variety of learning options for next year. And this year, as you know, we had face-to-face, we had full virtual, and an online, what we call the Online Husky Academy, which included our teachers. And we had hybrid models where students kind of came and went on certain days. So the only thing on this particular draft proposal is face-to-face, where we bring all of our Trussville City Schools teachers back into a normal face-to-face environment. And we use COVID relief funds to buy a third-party vendor to offer a curriculum in a virtual environment with their own teachers. This is big. There are 2 companies that do it. We haven't bid it yet. Jefferson County is using Adminum. They're already offering that to whoever wants to come into Jefferson County and use the Adminum platform. And we have about 10% of our students right now currently on virtual. We anticipate those 10% might want to stay virtual. And they're on our ADM, we get money for those students in our account. They live in Trussville. So we would want to offer something for them in the same way, for example, that Jefferson County is offering to Jefferson County students. So this survey would, if it's blessed by the board, it's a big deal. And you all might get a lot of questions about it. So again, the learning options for next year is very clear. Number 1, face-to-face in school traditional with Trussville City Schools teachers, or a third-party vendor with their own set of teachers paid for by COVID relief funds. So I'll let Dr. Berry take it from here and go over the survey that may or may not go out. And then we need to talk about what we're doing, how we're doing it, and why we're doing it.
Yeah, thanks for the intro, Dr. Neal. I mean, really, the impetus of the survey is the 2 options, but we know that kids learn best face-to-face. That's just hands down. That's just, it is what it is. But we also know that we've had, some students virtually that have been very successful this year, and they might need that option. So in kind of talking and just putting something literally on the table for us to consider, we can just kind of walk through this a little bit to where we are right now. Like Dr. Neal said, it's just a draft, of course. But you can see, we would basically, we need the basic information, who the student might be, what school, and then you get down to the learning options. And like Dr. Neal said, with traditional face-to-face school, you have the virtual learning component. And then just some questions to kind of help guide parents, because it will look differently. The virtual option is different than what we currently have. And so we tried to put together some questions that we felt like, hey, this will help a parent make a more informed decision if they were to choose the virtual learning option. And so we can, look at those questions, of course, and add to that, or, just get some feedback on that. And then, just basically saying, hey, look, based on what you've read so far, what are you leaning towards, the traditional face-to-face option or the virtual school or the virtual learning program? And then we, April and I kind of talked a little bit too about just creating an email. Kind of goes back to something Ms. DeShazo said earlier about just if you have further questions, like where they could go to ask those questions. And I can remember, when we had the Classroom to Cloud experience, we had a frequently asked questions, where we took all that information and then tried to generate answers to different questions. So it doesn't lock anybody into anything. It's simply just a informative, hey, where are you right now kind of thing, in terms of what you think your schooling option might be for next year. So just a draft, and that's just infancy stages of this. So
This third company, this outside party, do they have any relationships with those questionable virtual academies that have been set up that you've been reading about in the state that have gotten in hot water?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
They're not connected with those.
No.
So this is separate altogether.
Yes.
Where does this, what company is this? Is it one we're looking at?
We have, well, like Dr. Neal said, we haven't put a bid out. There are some like Edmonton, what Dr. Neal mentioned, Jefferson County, they're utilizing. And something else about that too that you guys might find interesting, it's not, they're also opening up to any Alabama student. They're opening up that program to any Alabama student and paying for it. So that was really interesting on that piece. But there's also, Edgenuity, which we have some experience with that. Like we purchased that this year just as a supplemental curriculum. So there are a couple of different, kind of big vendors that you think about that are being used in this area. Those are the 2.
How would we control, or what kind of controls would we have over that third group?
What we can do, control, I don't know if this is really the best way to say this, but what we found out, just kind of investigating a little bit, is we can sort of direct the options in terms of elective options, for example, and help to, especially at the high school, middle school level, to make sure that those electives mirror what we offer. So that in the event that, one of the things you see in here is if a student decides to opt back into face-to-face, they go with this program, whatever we choose, they're like, hey, this isn't working for me, I want to come back to school. We want that to be a seamless transition. And so we want those electives to mirror as much as possible. So what I would say about some of these third-party vendors, the two that I'm most familiar with, they have massive offerings in the way of electives. And I think that can get really, really tricky. And so we'd like to kind of streamline that. And so what we've been told with Edmonton in particular is we can customize some of that to help, again, make that more of a, just kind of a more consistent, I guess, experience if you are choosing a virtual option.
I've got a few questions. Go ahead, Mark.
So 5 years ago, before COVID started, did we offer, that was a joke, by the way, but it seems like it's been 5 years, do we offer any option other than in-person training? I mean, I know there might be some homebound stuff or something like that.
I wasn't in, obviously, my current role in. I don't know specifically what might have been.
We've never had, other than like a homebound situation.
Right, like a homebound.
We've had some online programming, but the students are in school doing that. Does that make sense?
So I guess where I'm going is, where's this all end? If we all know that being in school is the best form, and granted, COVID may not be completely over. And I think somewhere you've got to preface your question, assuming COVID is in the rearview mirror, will you have your kid in school? Now, there may still be those few parents, if it's not quite over, that for medical reasons keep their kids still trained. I just personally wonder when, unless we say that this is absolutely better for some small segment of the population, we should do it. Eventually, we got to get to the end of the game. And 2021 start may not be it. But you see where I'm going with this? I mean, I just don't know how long we keep offering this stuff.
I think that it will become part of that new norm.
Good question. And that's, I guess, what I'm going, is there a segment of the population, their lifestyle, this is better for them? If not, let's don't make it about convenience. Let's get them in school and let's get them educated so that we're all better for it years to go. I mean, because I fear, and I know this is the case, there are some people that are virtual right now because it's convenient.
Well, I know a grandparent that has a grandchild that lives in Phoenix, Arizona. All right, so they are in school and they're virtual. Where her grandchild is in Irondale, Alabama, in virtual school in Phoenix, Arizona. Now, she didn't get to see her that often, but this is an opportunity for her to spend time with her grandchild while she's still getting her education. So I think where we're going with it is we're probably going to a new norm.
Time will tell if it's best for the education process. Though. I mean, some kids I'm sure can learn that way, but I don't think most can. I guess that's what my whole question. I think we're probably going to have to do this next year. Mm-hmm. But is this a forever plan? I mean, maybe it is new normal, but I just don't know. I think that is great. And it's someone's still under convenience. It's good. But I mean, kids need to be in school. They need education. They need to have certain accomplishments so that they're ready for society. And if we prove that we can do that virtually, then that maybe is the new normal. I just don't know right now that our numbers bear out that it's not.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really know if it's good or if it's bad, but I think that we will get to the point where, and we may already be there, is where the parent will decide what's good and what's best.
Well, but then we don't let the parent decide whether a kid can come to school for truancy. I think it's a bigger conversation. But you know what? If you want to really redo it, you could offer virtual days and let kids do virtual work 3 hours and make a week-long Thanksgiving and still give them all credit. I mean, you could get to where Steve wants to be with that. You got a week-long Thanksgiving. My son, the days is virtual, he's done in a few hours. I mean, if you wanted, that's a radical shift in all this. I agree. I think next year we have to do it, because I think this thing's still lingering, but I mean, Dr. Neal, you're an expert in education. Is this the way we have to go, or is it best?
The conversations that I've been involved in have to do with next year only, and they have to do with real COVID hardships while students are not vaccinated, or they have to do with COVID fear. Fear is a powerful emotion, and a certain percent of our adults have been vaccinated. None of our students under 16 have been vaccinated. So as we deal with the fallout from this year, I think this virtual option will be necessary for 1 year for sure, because it's being offered in other places across the state. And if we didn't offer it here, they would just enroll somewhere else.
In fact, we keep them here, keeps them in our head count on this, and that's great. I just think that was all I want to go, is this, maybe Stan's right, maybe this is where we have to go.
Well, it's a hypothetical, and we don't know, just like we didn't know when we started, but that was my thought too. It's like, as a public school system, are we gonna be required in the future to offer virtual when we're, we've never, I mean,
Well, you'll get your politicians involved.
well, absolutely, but I mean, it's just, because none of us know, what are we gonna be
I
required to
think it ought
do?
to be more difficult to be virtual. Let's put it that way. You need to show a bona fide fear or make a logical reason, not a matter of convenience, which I do think that's happening right now. I know what's happening right now.
Question, and again, I'm new. Are we offering the virtual to, my concern is the kindergartners and the first graders and the second grade, because this is where they learn and they develop their communication skills and learn how to interact, and a lot of time, their social skills. And are we gonna make this a requirement for the younger generation, younger grades, or just for middle school and high school? Because me personally, I think elementary kids need to be in school, because that's the time, that is when they develop their social skills and new friends as well. So.
That discussion is right on target, so I appreciate that comment. If it's a COVID hardship inside of a family with an elderly person there that is at risk, or some other family situation, and inside of that family, there's a 6th grader and a 1st grader, and they both need virtual, they'll go somewhere to get virtual. So we were going to consider the full K through 12 option in this third vendor program, that we're again in draft form. And if we're really accommodating families, we have to consider that sibling order and what they need and why. But I would like for it to be a COVID hardship, or some sort of, until we get our students vaccinated, they're not.
We're still in the COVID hardship. I mean, we're not out of that. I don't agree. And I think we have to proceed with this survey. I mean, this is gonna tell us where we are, and
It's gotta be all grades, you're right. I mean, I don't know, how do we make them justified a little bit? And I think we're still probably less than, what were we this year? 10% were virtual?
Yeah, and that's to your point. I mean, I think that is working in our favor. We don't have a high number of elementary kiddos, and I do think we have to, for all the reasons stated, I think we do have to be open to this notion of a K student or 1 student or 2, even though, we would prefer, for all the reasons you just stated, Ms. Tolbert, for them to be in school, but I don't think we can take a hard, fast stance on that. I've watched that play out a little bit with some of my colleagues and districts close to us, and now they're dropping back and punting, literally, because they kind of put it out there where they're like, nope, it's only gonna start in 3rd grade, and that didn't work very well. So, I think we have to be open to what, the way Dr. Neal explained that, to different needs.
I've got a couple questions. My first one is dealing with the survey. Jason was talking earlier about another survey that had gone out and that it's limited to one IP address. Well, I've got effective August of this year, I'll have one at the elementary school, one at the middle school, and one at the high school. So do I fill out, when I fill out this survey, do I fill it out? I can only fill it out once, right?
Well,
His.
yeah, his, the way we
survey.
set this up is
Okay.
it's per student,
Per
per
student.
school, so that we
Okay.
can sort the data, yeah.
Okay, okay, that was my first question. Second question is, how are we going to answer the question that we will all get as, why are we having to use a third party next year? Because we didn't this year. And I just need to know how do we answer that question? Because that's gonna be something we get. We have, the work this year, you've got all the lesson plans, you've got everything already loaded in Schoology. Why can't you just reuse that and do that next year? I mean, I anticipate that question. Do y'all not anticipate that to a certain extent?
We are ready to get back to normal and get those teachers in face to face with their students. And if we have a certain percent virtual, then that class size just got smaller.
Is it
That's
more
what we
economical to go to a third party than trying to create our own?
These are,
Well, but they say we already did it this year, and I think Patty's right, it's like, look, we wanted those teachers 100% focused on the kids in front of them. For that 97%, 100% focused. And we've got some COVID relief money, and we're gonna use that for the school year, so we're gonna get that. I mean, but I think we're doing the right thing.
I
we
don't
believe
disagree
face
with
to
the
face is, we believe face to face is better.
don't get me wrong, I 100% think that that's the way that we need to get away from that. But that's gonna be the question I think people are going to ask.
I agree.
Well, it worked. My kid did it this year, and he had his one teacher that was in Trussville City Schools, and it worked great. Why have we not, why we haven't outsourced that next year? Because we've already got it all loaded in the system.
Well, I mean, I think it goes back to, we're offering virtual, but our goal is to get our teachers back in the classroom with those kids, but we still have that option. And, it's just evolving. I mean, this year was just what it was. And it was great, after the spring and, starting back, but I'm like you, we're gonna get those questions. But I just think we're getting our teachers back in the classroom and doing school and giving this option of virtual.
There were some instances where some in-person classes still felt virtual. And I think when you get that teacher able to focus on the students in front of them, then that goes away. And I think that in-classroom education will be better next year with that focus. But you're so right on this question, but I think we can write a great answer.
That's something we need to, Mr. Gaston back here needs to start. And I will say too, the other thing is, I will say that having the ability to pull your lessons online when you are at home sick is invaluable as a parent. I mean, if you have one that's home with the stomach bug and they're gonna be out for a day, for them to be able to, if they're feeling better that afternoon, to be able to go ahead and see what they did in class that day and pull that is very helpful for their return to school whenever that, a couple of days later takes place. I would love if there's a way for us to not necessarily offer virtual school, but for us to still be able to pull those lessons and things online when our kid is absent. That would be really
Are you saying you'd like to still see aspects of teachers using like Schoology, for example?
Right.
So that, yeah,
right.
that makes sense, because if you just even think about, well, in Dr. Neal's scenario, we hope that everything is fine with COVID, but if for some reason we were to have to, kind of divert back to that, we want to make sure that our teachers are still in practice with that, even if it's for weather day or whatever the case may be. We don't want to completely abandon that. So I get what you're saying. It's just, making that manageable for teachers, but not keep everybody kind of current and fresh, so that if we have to go to it, we can. And then, it's kind of like Google in some way. So I still think we'll have a high number of teachers that utilize it, in a way that's manageable, but yet that isn't the sole focus. So I don't think that's gonna go away. It doesn't need to.
That's a good point. My granddaughter runs into that in college. She can always go back and look at the presentation online if she, for some reason, of clarity. So I think these are the kinds of things that might be something feasible in the future to have this. And especially since we've gone through this now, the teachers may be a little more comfortable with it. It's gonna be a little work, I understand that, so we've got to look at that. I also think something Stan mentioned, I think this is true, this online virtual school, I think is going to be the future. I think we're going to have more and more, I think we're gonna have that based on what we've just seen. And some students do better, we know that. So the point being is, do we, as a school system, create our own, or do we go to a third party? Is this something the state needs to work on becoming a collective?
The state would have to approve this draft.
I think that's something that could be in the future.
Well, I think you're gonna see a decline in, like, by doing this with a third party. The baseball team coming out and doing virtual during their season and then popping back in after, that's the stuff that I think you're gonna, this will do away with. I mean, I think you will.
And that's what we want to.
And I think our teachers will go crazy, happy. If all they gotta do is look classroom. Your point earlier about giving them some respect and reduce their stress, I think they would be thrilled with this, when contract works like this out.
Then there's a teacher equity issue. There are many answers to your question. I liked your question. And the teacher equity issue with being a face-to-face teacher or a virtual teacher, some perceive the virtual teaching to be harder and more work, and others perceive it to be easier and less work. It works both ways, and so to get everyone back in face-to-face and to deal with our students face-to-face inside of our teacher units is normal. And then for the third-party vendor to have their own set of teachers.
Our vaping numbers may go up though.
And the third-party vendor teachers may be retired teachers as well.
Are they from Alabama? Is it a group, are the teachers from Alabama that are part of this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're certified.
But you did mention this, the great challenge with that is if they jump out of virtual into the classroom, it was not maybe a consistency of what they've had versus what they're gonna see. That would be the,
Hopefully, again, that's something that can be discussed, but, you want to have that flexibility in it. I mean, I can't think of anything worse than a kid, choosing this option and just being absolutely miserable. But I think we have to be realistic about, it can't just be this in and out kind of notion. It's like a one and done, hey, I tried it, it's not for me, I'm coming back face to face. Yeah, I don't think we can completely take that off the table.
I
And
guess
this is the
some of
Q&A.
some of it still revolves from where we're at in August, but I perceive we're better than we are today, but probably not perfect, right?
So one of the question and answers on the series here is, can I change options during the year? And the answer is yes, you can change one time during the year. So let's suppose hypothetically that age for vaccination drops down to 10 years old in October. Well, they started virtually with the third-party vendor because their child wasn't vaccinated, and now they are, and they wanted to come back. So yes, you can change once during the year.
Any idea how many elementary schools students were virtual this year?
Elementary,
Wasn't that many, was it?
It wasn't, and by the time it was, second semester, everybody but a handful at each. Some zero after a certain
I
one.
can't remember, I think we're gonna be surprised at how well this goes.
I hope so.
It was,
Yeah, that's our hope.
we'll see more at the secondary level.
So we'll go forward with this plan, this again as a draft, and if there are any other comments or ideas,
Well, it's a starting point.
It's a
It's
starting
point.
and we have to start planning for next year.
Yeah.
In the next 30 days, we'll solidify the plan and send it to the state. Any comments? Great, okay.
Lunch is in the training room today.
We going again.
Yeah.
Steve's here. Steve's money lost. No, no, no. Marcus.
Yeah, he's coming back.
Oh, yeah. Truckers who run away.
Keep an eye on you.
I'll be far away, you have to deal with it.
Oh, not that.
Oh.
We're on. Okay. Hey, we're on.
He's gonna be okay.
Okay. Let's get started.
Yes.
That's what you meant by we're on.
I just said we're on TV.
Action.
That's right.
We're the padded chairs.
Okay, I hope you can see in your packet my introduction to the culture bump training. And culture bump, we're gonna spend a lot of time on this because it's part of our diversity training and a really great method to manage conflict of any kind and to create a forum for civil discourse based on different points of view. And as time goes on and as social media sometimes runs out of control, there's staggering differences in points of view. And sometimes that comes into the hallways of the classroom or into the classroom. We need to help students talk through those kinds of things in a civil manner. So culture bump training is one of those methods to talk about things that are sometimes hard to talk about. And especially when it comes to passionate points of view that one is different from the other. So it brings together a way for two people to understand each other in a very civil manner and have discourse about that. So my introduction will frame the diversity factors and the judgment factors that are partly research-based, partly common sense. And then in your packet, you have people in our school system who have already been trained in this, it's an 8-step method for bringing conversations to civil discourse. And then you have your diversity teams by school, and the training will come then to the community-based diversity team. We have most of our employees already trained, and this started quite a while ago. I guess when was our first training? In
November.
November, okay. So research-based, the 9 diversity factors in a workplace or in a school setting are race, gender, ethnicity, age, physical ability, national origin, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, and religion. Intellectual ability can also be included in that in a school setting. And then there are the judgment factors, and we deal with that a lot. It's not necessarily one of the research-based diversity factors, but in schools, we have to deal with judgment about the way people look, their weight, their hair, their clothes, and so forth. The way they're perceived to be, whether they're loud or shy or smart. Their choice of hobbies or free time activities can sometimes be judged. The way they speak, laugh, read, or sound. Their perceived status. Their place of birth, they're not from around here. And then some sort of pedigree, what family they belong to, who they do not belong to. So these are examples of what we have to deal with students, but this is nothing new. This has been going on since time began. But as students stare into a screen and get brave behind the keyboard, it's gotten a little worse. So we've started the culture bump training for the educators, the staff, and the adults in the community, and then finally to the students. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Berry to tell you a lot more about that in depth.
Thank you. April is going to help me navigate through slides. So we have a few videos we're going to show you guys, and I didn't really have the intention of reading all of the slides to you, but I thought just kind of summarizing a little bit about the training and kind of where we are. But the first slide I did kind of want to read because it just really defines what we're talking about when we say culture bump. And so what it says is, a way to redefine cultural understanding to give people the tools and confidence to interact with anyone, anywhere. It's an 8-step process whereby groups who have opposing perspectives about politics, diversity, and other incendiary themes can use the steps to find common ground from which to begin dialogue. So we're going to play a quick clip. Dr. Archer is on your right. Dr. Nixon is on your left. They've been the main trainers and facilitators of Culture Bump. Dr. Archer on your right is the founder of Culture Bump. And so she's out of the University of Houston. She contracts with Auburn University Center for Educational Outreach. And so Dr. Nixon is her partner in all of the training. So we want to play a quick message from them to y'all.
Hello, we're delighted to be here with the Trussville City School. I'm Dr. Carol Archer, the originator of Culture Bump.
And I'm Dr. Stacy Nixon from Auburn University Outreach, where I serve as the University Partnership Director for Culture Bump.
Is the volume on the TV, maybe?
It's not connecting up. Sorry.
We're under the leadership of Dr. Nixon and her vision. We have been able to move Culture Bump to an entire new level of application. Now, just a few words about what makes Culture Bump unique. First of all, Culture Bump acknowledges differences, but it acknowledges differences as behavioral differences. And secondly, Culture Bump provides a specific step-by-step strategy for exactly what to do when anyone encounters a difference. This allows Culture Bump practitioners to not only understand the other person's point of view, but also their own point of view, so that it moves in a cycle. We come away with Culture Bump with understanding exactly why we are different from one another. But the strategy doesn't stop there. The step-by-step path leads us on to understanding how we are the same. How do we find our common humanity? In addition to this training, Culture Bump has online tools that are as useful in the classroom as they are in the teacher's lounge.
Trussville City Schools has uniquely positioned themselves for systemic change. And they've done this by training for intentional movement using Culture Bump. Trussville has and continues to institutionalize Culture Bump throughout the district, with an intended outcome of having an entire school community with the skills and the tools to find common ground, anyone, anywhere.
And that was true for everyone, from Superintendent Neal, who was present for every bit of the training, and who showed up for her one-on-one coaching session with her Culture Bump, all the way to Mr. Thomas, who introduced Culture Bump to his middle school class the very afternoon after he had finished his morning session.
We want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to work with Trussville City Schools, as this journey has gone like a well-oiled machine. We look forward to our continued relationship and supporting Trussville City Schools in their effort to be the change they want to see.
So basically, how we got started is you kind of got to hear that. So we've been working with Dr. Archers and Nixon since November. Lots of good guidance. They've actually, when we did the November training, that was primarily our central office team, principals, and you can see the list of people that I think is in your packet. But Dr. Nixon was able to come on site, and Dr. Archer was in Houston, and so she would zoom in. But it worked really well, and they worked really well together. And their partnership kind of inspired, some of the direction that we're moving in, and I'll talk about that in just a little bit. But the goal, of course, is to increase understanding and improve civil discourse as needed among everyone in our school community. And so today we have 53 of our personnel trained, so we're well on our way. So just to kind of look about some frequently asked questions, regarding is it research-based? And of course the answer is yes. Dr. Archer is the founder. She works out of Houston, Auburn, and then UC Davis out of California. So yes, it is research-based. Do I have to agree with people or accept their ideas to be connected or respect them? And I'm not going to read all that to you, but just some high points or something that I just kind of noted, really thinking about the last statement. It means that people in different political parties, religious sides of an argument, or cultural ideas can still find the humanity that connects them. And I think that's really what we're after, is trying to get us all on that common playing field. Why is Culture Bump different from other cultural or diversity training approaches? Again, I'm going to read all of this to you, but just to kind of summarize a little bit, some high points. If you look at the last sentence, this microcultural approach eliminates group stereotyping while simultaneously acknowledging individuality and cultural variations. So that's kind of just, again, the premise of the work that we've been trained in. Oh, you did? Okay, sorry. What if the other person doesn't have Culture Bump training? Will this still work? And the answer is yes, because again, it's what you're learning in the approach, so that you put those things into practice. Whether or not you're encountering someone that even knows what Culture Bump training is, it still works very well, just because the training that they put us through. Does finding common ground with Culture Bump mean that I must give up my own ideas? No. Culture Bump conversations may include agreement, but are far more likely to include curiosity, surprise, new self-awareness, and other awareness, and even disagreements. In fact, rather than standing on solid ground, common ground in these exchanges is much more like standing on shifting sand while maintaining eye contact. Okay, and this was just a survey result that some survey results that we put out to our trained faculty, and so you can see what they thought about the training, which is about 97% was excellent or good, and so we were very pleased to see that. We asked different questions on the survey, but then we had an open-ended portion where we wanted to find out, what suggestions do you have to kind of help us move forward with this training. And so the purpose of including all of this is for you guys to see that there was a theme that emerged really over and over again. And it was this notion of having a Culture Bump coach. It just kept popping up, Culture Bump coach, Culture Bump coach. And so as we kind of met as an admin team, we were like, okay, guys, what could this look like? What is a Culture Bump coach? And so I'll bring Dr. Logan into this conversation a little bit, because we were able to have conversations with Dr. Nixon and Archer to say, hey, help us with this notion, like what can we do here? And so they were like, yeah, we can train people. We can have these Culture Bump coaches in schools to kind of help with different situations that may arise. So again, this is just more of the open-ended dialogue, but again, Culture Bump coaches just kind of kept coming up over and over again. So we knew that that was something we really needed to explore, because it was what, our teachers and our administrators and anybody that had been through the training, that's what they were asking for. Okay, so we're going to hear from some of our identified Culture Bump coaches. And so how this came about was principles, basically, talking to people that have been trained and kind of selecting those individuals to then do further training, which I'll talk about in just a minute, but we wanted you guys to hear from them about the training.
The takeaway that I got from the training was that as we come into public spaces amongst everybody, we come away knowing that everybody isn't the same. But the only way to actually get through those and navigate through those spaces is you've got to have a conversation after the Culture Bump. And so I think one of the biggest takeaways that I took from this is having the hard conversations so that we can make it easier to live together. I think just getting over those thoughts is really simple. Let's have a conversation, even if the conversation is a difficult one.
I liked the training because it was engaging. It was really interactive. We got to meet with other people in the district that I don't get to see very often, so that was really nice. It was also, I felt like I have been through a lot of experiences in my life, being a Yankee and being in the military. I've been all over and I've seen all sorts of things, so it was eye-opening to my experiences, but it's also really cool to see different perspectives from different people. There's just more to learn about culture bumps and about different cultures and different people, and so I'm really excited to share what I've learned.
There were so many things about Coach Bump that stood out to me. The first thing, I love being around my peers, so that was great. We had this amazing learning opportunity, and the great folks from Coach Bump came down, and they actually gave me a couple of tools that I can't say that I hadn't experienced, but to put a name to those things, it was great for me, and they introduced me to a lot of new terminology. The first thing I hope my colleagues learn is the best way for them to open up and bring their students in where they can teach these life lessons and keep them from getting offended by things that are honestly innocent mistakes. I think that's going to be the biggest thing for us.
So Culture Bump really spoke to me because it made me focus on my perspective of things, and it honestly made me change my way of viewing perspective as far as other people's perspective, my perspective, when you're looking at a situation. So my walk away was, everybody doesn't think like I think. Everybody, we're not all the same. My hope is that we can all just become more open to understanding other people, become more open about learning how other people think and respecting their values. And so, and it's all about respect.
I realized with culture about training that a culture can mean anything. I knew that already, but you could have a culture bump with someone of a different race. You could have a culture bump of someone from a different socioeconomic background. You could have a culture bump with someone from another family dynamic. And so it's just whenever your expectations don't meet someone else's expectations. So I think this is important for our elementary age students to understand each other's backgrounds, that even though we might look the same on the outside, what we experience through life is way different from each other. And so just teaching students how to recognize those culture bumps and how to deal with the culture bumps, not just to ignore those culture bumps, but to deal with it and to grow as people by talking about our different experiences and expectations.
Awesome. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Gasson for putting those videos together for us. So where we are in our process, so next steps based on the survey and where we are, we have identified culture bump coaches, and you got to hear from all of the coaches, well, most of them. There'll be a 2-day summer training led by Dr. Archer and Dr. Nixon. That's June the 28th and 29th. So they'll actually come on site and do 2 days of intensive training with the people that you just heard from in order to kind of better equip them to then, facilitate the role of the coach. They will be responsible for implementing follow-up training as necessary. They'll do turnaround training with their school-based diversity teams, which also include parents and community, up to 4 times a year. They'll help lead school-based and district-based diversity teams. They'll develop awareness in at least 3 identified areas of cultural discourse, and then team members may be called on to help in schools across the district depending on the area of discourse. So we're excited about the next steps and where this can go. And again, this is just an organic kind of grown experience based on people participating, what they say, the needs and where they want it to go. And so we're just really trying to listen, and help provide the best direction. So we're excited for next steps.
I'm overflowing with excitement.
Yeah.
We had all kinds of examples. We did survey our coaches to find out who was most comfortable talking about what. And we had most of those diversity factors covered, except for the piece about sexual orientation and transgender students. We're not quite comfortable with that yet because it's so new to us. But as we dive deeper into the training for the culture bump coaches, we'll want to cover that area with greater understanding, because we've dealt with abilities and disabilities, race, gender, ethnicity, national origin, high poverty levels versus low poverty levels. Most people were comfortable with those things, and I think that's why they stepped forward to be the culture bump coach, that they're passionate about making this work. and soothing the sometimes misunderstandings or myths that go with the different points of view that two different people come to the table with. This is awesome. This is absolutely amazing. So this is the book, and it is authored by Drs. Nixon and Archer. So if you would like one of these, let us know. If you as a board member would like to go through the training, you're welcome to jump in eventually, and we'll have the trainers set up. I just have so much to say about it. It's just amazing. When we had to give particular examples of awkward moments, and they were very interesting. And I'll share mine with you. Of the 9 diversity factors, mine was in the area of religion. And as a superintendent in Tennessee, I said a prayer out loud before a Thanksgiving dinner, and I knew something was terribly wrong. I said the prayer, and I thought I had said something wrong. So I had to go to a confidant and say, what just happened? Because it wasn't received well. It was flatline, deadpan. And she said, women don't pray out loud in this culture. Women are not allowed to pray out loud. And I said, oh, okay. And so that was a culture bump.
I didn't know you were that old.
There you go. So, yeah, back in the day, it was, yeah, that's what happened. And so I said I had Mark say the prayer today, so.
Way back 1600s,
Cover all the bases.
No, but in certain cultures, it's different from that religious point of view. It's just a point of view. And so it was very important for me to know that. And I didn't know that until after I had a culture bump. So, think of any other examples that the team shared that were quite fascinating. They really brought it home with their examples.
Yeah, the training was unique in that it was very engaging. It's not a sit and get type of training. There's a lot of movement and getting into small groups with different people each time, which I think when you heard the coaches say, working with my peers, that's what they meant, because there's a lot of work to be done. You kind of ingest a little bit of it, then you go do something with it. So there were a lot of little stories about that. There were a lot of talking about Sunday afternoon dinners, lunches back in the day when you sat down as a family around on Sundays, and even how those looked different from person to person. And the feel of those and what you did before and after those, just something as simple as that is very different when you start talking to people about their experiences. So that was interesting. I remember that example, just about how something that simple could look so different among us in this room. If we were to talk about it, it would be different.
Yeah, and it's kind of like putting, you can kind of put a name to what some of these things that have occurred, in my life. I look back and I'm like, oh gosh, well, that was a culture bump, but I didn't know that was a culture bump. And so what you see now is it just opens your eyes up to different scenarios. And so, for example, without getting too specific, we were kind of talking through a situation that was happening at one of the schools, and we kind of both looked at each other and went, that was a culture bump. And if we'd have had that conversation, I don't know, even before the training, we would have never been able to kind of, put that together. So it's just really interesting to take the learning and kind of apply it to situations that are we're confronted with now.
It's a great space for us to be in. And did I hear one of the coaches allude to the fact we're going to maybe roll it out to students in some way?
Mm-hmm. He did.
Which would be huge. So to teach kids to
Yep.
appreciate the differences in each
Exactly.
other. Corporately, we spent millions and millions of dollars on this, and time and effort, cost, and the coaching aspect is so critical. One of the teams I'm on, that's what we do, is we keep the coaches relevant with exercise and things to do. And we're talking about a global network of coaches, but those coaches have such a vital role to keep it alive. I mean, the number one reason these trainings fail is we do it and then we never reinforce it. And I think it's so aware. I still remember the term we used was a micro inequity, which is somewhat of a culture bomb when you inadvertently can even offend someone, not by something you said, but something you didn't say.
Yeah.
And I think those are just so cool. So, I mean, look, if I can ever help you network some of that coaching stuff, that's my gig. And I would love to be trained in this. I think that's absolutely
Yeah, I would
fine.
too. So, I mean, I just think it's good for all of us. So is our goal as a district to train everyone? I mean, I know we'll have culture about coaches at the school and then it's funneled down to the students.
That's primarily kind of where we're moving with that, is to identify those school-based coaches, get them trained up, and then to just continue with the training.
I noticed you did not say how to help Auburn fans feel it all down.
I'm saying that.
Some things can be fixed, right?
Lots of culture bumps there. Yeah. But that's a great question. The counselors have the training, and it'll be part of our character ed program. It fits so nicely into respect and patience and forgiveness and all of those things that we do. It is. It's respectful to, well, to drill it down. If you took my scenario, the right thing to do would be then to find out if I was being defiant toward their religious culture, or was that an accident? But that was never known or told, because we didn't go through the 8-step process. But it would have been important to me for them to know it was an accident. That I wasn't being defiant in the face of their religious culture in that area, that geographic location. But so you leave with a little bit of awkwardness and discomfort, knowing that that was never fully vetted and resolved. And so there's great peace and resolution. And so when we have two students in Trussville that have some sort of issue with each other, then we can go through the process and figure out if it was an accident, why it was an accident, or if it was something else that needs to be tended to. And that's where the counselors and the school-based coaches come in. Now, we do have the community-based diversity teams. If something happens in the community outside of school, and we need to come together and talk about it at a certain school, or concurrently in every school, then we'll have our diversity teams that will come together and talk it through. I think our world is a bit volatile with some things going on, not quite now, since it was quite volatile for us in November, because that was the season of the election, and right, wrong, or indifferent, that was a volatile season for us. And there were a lot of discussions about politics at that time. So this is a great 8-step process to help go through everything on the diversity sheet, including politics. So it's, and you can tell by the tension in the room, there's things that are just hard to talk about. But this gives you a way to bring it to the table and just talk about it.
So get into the difficult conversation as well, because I know, was it earlier this year, Kim, you and I got asked to teach that class, and they didn't have time on difficult conversation. That's the thing adults struggle with all the time in the workforce, with the students. So.
Yeah, by the time we were, I'd say, almost through the first part of the training, on the first day, I would, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say there's not an awkwardness about talking about anything difficult, because there have been so many illustrations of just, and you've done so many exercises together that there's just any kind of fear or awkwardness is gone. And there were some very difficult things to talk about, but it was in a good space where that could be done, and it was really good.
And I think that'll be the key to your coaches, how they recreate that good space with other people, smaller teams, and reinforce it. So that's a good challenge. But kudos for recognizing the need for coaches. That's brilliant.
And in many cases, this could just lead organically to restorative justice rather than discipline. If there's an issue going on and there's a perception that this person needs to be disciplined, suspended, expelled, whatever, and what really happened, what is really going on, and it will lend itself to restorative justice, which is where we're trying to get to anyway. So
lots of good classroom implications for, teachers and students understanding each other and background and what that might mean for how I portray myself in the classroom even. And just lots and lots of good implications over time.
Well, I mean, I would think every teacher, educator would want their classroom to be a safe space for being able to open the door for any kind of discussion, exchanges, and respect, and perspective. I mean, that's a whole part of the whole, we're in society, I would love as a board for us to be trained. I just think I would love to do it. I would love for us as a board, I mean, our staff is doing it and I would love to do it, so sign me up, so.
Did you guys catch the part of the video where Dr. Archer was talking about the one-on-one coaching? I don't know if you could hear it very well, but that was one of the things we did. We had to do kind of as a culminating piece to it. It was about a 20 to 30-minute conversation where we all had to schedule one-on-one conversations with either, and talk about come to the table with a specific culture bump, and that we kind of walked through all 8 steps. So it was really, really beneficial because we could understand the process and, just kind of helped us revisit, some things too, to where we could really work through situations. So it was very helpful to do that. So that was a neat part of the training. It's very personalized.
Did they teach a listening skills session? We found that to be incredibly valuable. Too many people don't listen.
Yeah.
You gotta listen first to understand.
We did. We learned about looping.
If you're a looper.
And, do you get right to the point, or do you,
Yeah, there's
talk
lots of that.
around it a little bit?
Same stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Berry. You want to give us the state testing update?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so, well, let's backtrack. We'll go back a week in time. Last week, we implemented, we call it ACAP summative. So that's our new test that was supposed to get off the ground last spring, but of course with COVID, that didn't happen. But this past week, we did the Alabama Comprehensive Assessment Program is what it's called. And so that tests our students 2 through 8 in ELA and math, and then science is 6 and 8, 4, 6, and 8. So this week we have the virtual students coming on site. That was one of the requirements from the state, is that we had to get our virtual students on campus to test. But that's going really well. So great job. The schools, teachers have all done an awesome job of getting, those safe environments for those kids to come back in and be tested. So that's going on this week, the makeups and then the virtual students. So just some analytics that we could pull, which is kind of neat from this test. I've never really seen this level of analytics before, as far as just being able to pull it kind of at a moment's notice. But just to give you guys some, I guess, little fun facts here. Last week, Cahaba, we had 2,239 tests taken from math and ELA from 2nd through 5th grade. Magnolia had 1,511, Payne had 4,750, and HTMS had 8,251. So that's, again, combined ELA, all grades, and math. And then really a small number of makeups, which is great. And these are kids, they were present for testing, and so we don't have a lot of that to deal with. So we're excited to get those results back so that we can, kind of like we talked about at the beginning, kind of see where our kids are, so to speak, and then how to help them, address some of those needs. But we're excited about the test because it is aligned to the Alabama course of study, which is great. So we're testing what we're teaching, and that hasn't always been the case with some of the tests that we've had to give. So we're excited about that. So we'll stay tuned on that. And I don't know what the turnaround is as far as getting the results, but I'm just very grateful that we've been face-to-face since the beginning of the school year. And, I just really honestly can't imagine what this process looks like, or, is going on in other districts that may not have been face-to-face and primarily virtual. I really can't even get my brain wrapped around that. So I'm grateful to be where we are. So that's just a quick testing update.
You're on a roll.
Okay, all right, so we're going into textbook adoption. So yes, we've had textbook adoption going on as well. So just to kind of walk you guys through that process a little bit, we were up for math textbook adoption this year. And so that's a 6-year adoption cycle. So it's a big deal. You got to kind of make some decisions for the long term. So we had our textbook committee met a couple of times. In case you're wondering who's on the textbook committee, it involves mostly assistant principals. Sometimes the principals are there, of course, the math teachers, and then parents. We have parents on our textbook committee as well. So throughout the course of the year, we've been able to attend. I know I attended some textbook caravans in person. Our teachers primarily had virtual opportunities where they would kind of be able to log into Zooms with some of the vendors to get an idea about some of the offerings and things of that nature. We get samples, we get those pushed out to the school. We provided our parents with a link to like everything we were doing ahead of time so they could really study and understand what we were doing as far as the books that we were wanting to adopt, which I think is really important because, you want them to be able to come and feel part of the process and not just, okay, well, here's what we decided, now y'all vote. So they really had a good handle on what was being presented. And so I was glad that we tackled it that way. Of course, we choose books that are on the state approved list. That's very important. So we make sure that we follow those guidelines. But just to kind of give you guys a briefing of what we're doing, you're all familiar with the fact that our elementary math teachers use locally developed guides, okay? And they're great. They're proven. We love the work that's been put into that. And so what we did with math K-5 is we just adopted something called STEM scopes. And what STEM scopes will be is just a supplement to our already developed guides. So it's just a way for our math coach, Monica Bramlett, to kind of have a really good resource to pull from and keep those guides updated and things like that. So STEM scopes is what we'll look at for K-5. And then our middle school, they're all using the same curriculum to provide continuity. So they're going with something called the Big Ideas Learning, 6 through 8. Again, highly rated textbook on the state adoption list. And then our high school teachers, again, for continuity, they're using something called Solace Learning. So we're really pleased with the choices that the committee made and adopted. And yeah, so that'll be coming up pretty soon. So we'll be ready to get that going and get all the supplies in. But yeah, so that's where we are with that. So that just went on a couple of weeks ago. So lots of good important decisions made there. So we're happy and pleased with that.
Did you say we keep this for 6 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, she said 60. I don't know.
6. If you saw some of the math books, you might think it was 6.
That's what I was thinking when you say textbook. I mean, we actually aren't doing textbooks. It's all just.
It really is. So we, depending upon the situation, we like to keep a few on hand, but it's mostly about that online access. But yeah, it's kind of funny to say that too, so. All right. Is it? Okay. So now we're moving on. You good, Dr. Neal? Move on.
On the,
Which things?
yeah.
Perfect. All right. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to show you guys what we've been doing in the area of district professional development this year in particular. So April is here too, and I'm going to ask her to sort of chime in because she's been very instrumental, in helping kind of get the tech stuff together and how we did this. But we're really excited about this. I'll go ahead and tell you, and April, you jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but guys, I don't really know anybody really in our vicinity that's really utilizing something of this nature. So it is a bit cutting edge, I think. And we're getting a lot of inquiries about what we're doing and how we're doing it. Matter of fact, we were just on a call last Friday about, being able to kind of really, I guess they want us to write an article about it to kind of push it out about what we're doing. So we're excited. So we wanted to give you guys a little bit of information about what we're doing. So we are using a platform called Lake Springs. And how this came about is, just thinking about how do we do professional learning during a pandemic? And do we just close the door to professional learning and just say, well, we're in a pandemic, so we're not going to have any professional learning? No, that's not the answer. So we had to restructure everything based on what you're seeing on the screen. Listening to our teachers, kind of tell us, hey, look, this is what we need. Maintain all the social distancing guidelines that we had. Prior to this year, how would we, what would we do for PD? Well, we'd bring a bunch of people together, right, in the same room and have really good high quality PD, but that was not going to happen this year. We wanted to look at something that's differentiated and customized, because one of the things that we've heard from teachers, is, look, we want the professional learning to be authentic, and it needs to meet my personal needs. For example, you'll hear about this in a minute, but maybe I'm really well versed in something called learning targets. I don't need to sit through a learning target PD. I need whatever it might be. So we had to think about that, and look at something that could provide that. The teacher choice is really big because especially this year, and just teachers being pulled in all kinds of directions, we wanted something that was going to be flexible for them. And so we have, as y'all know, we have the early dismissal on Thursdays, and we have one day a month that's kind of dedicated for district PD. And so we still have that date in mind, but it's very flexible for teachers. So in other words, maybe they can't complete the PD on that specific date, but they can do it at the best time for them, even though that date might be earmarked. So all those things we had to take into consideration, and that's kind of what led us to this platform. All right, so I'm not going to go through this too much for you, but I do want you to see this is pretty strategic, and we did have a timeline, and there was a lot of stuff that had to go into getting people prepared for this. And so I think this is in your packet, and you guys can read through this, but I just basically wanted to show you that there's a timeline to getting this rolled out to teachers. And it was a pretty massive undertaking. I'm not going to really just kind of joke about that, because we, we had to roll this out to all secondary teachers and all elementary teachers, and it was an undertaking, but it was good. All right, so in Trussville, we have something called educator effectiveness indicators. And so there are 9 areas that we say, hey, look, this is really where teaching and learning is at. So if you can kind of see those, we've got active engagement, content knowledge, differentiation, positive classroom environment, learning targets, formative assessments, rigor and relevance, teacher-student academic discourse, and well-managed classroom. And so this is important because teachers, this is kind of sort of where their evaluation is also held. So for example, what principals will do is they'll have teachers self-assess on these areas, right? And so based on the self-assessment, that helps guide where the teacher might want to work for their professional learning. Principals also use these by the data that they have in their own particular situation in the school to say, hey, look, as a faculty, I'm noticing this in my walkthroughs. I think we need to focus on rigor and relevance. So typically there's a school-wide indicator, and then there's something called an indicator of choice. Does that make sense? Okay, so what we did, and I say we, because April had to help me with this endeavor, we took all of the available learning that's in Link Springs, okay? And I want to show you guys this because you can see all of the various lessons. Okay, that's just 3 categories. So can you flip the screen? Okay. We mapped all of those to our educator effectiveness indicators. So in other words, when we got these playlists, it was all kind of randomized. But we were like, no, we've got to connect this up. This has to be meaningful for teachers. So we took them and then mapped them. So for example, if I'm a teacher that needs to work in the area of formative assessment, then I have all of these learning options to choose from. Okay, that's pretty cool. So we did that to get ready for this.
So you took what they offered.
Yes.
And you went by our indicators, and then you plugged what would help them in that indicator.
That's exactly right. Perfect. Okay, so basically what a learning cycle would look like for a teacher. Okay, so they log into this platform, and there's really 4 components. The first one is called the Spark. It's kind of hard to read, but yeah, thank you, April. So the Spark is basically like a hook. So it's a video that's sort of, it's like a movie. Can you say like a movie trailer sort of? I mean, it's just to try to spark your interest. And so in the training that we do with teachers, we said, okay, guys, you've got to watch some of these Sparks because we want you to choose the learning that you want to choose. And the only way you're going to know that is if you find out what you're most interested in doing. So the Spark is just a really quick little video to show them, hey, look, this is what I want to do with my learning. So then what they do is they go in and they do a reflection on that. And basically, is another way of saying that is kind of like a
where I am now.
Assessment. Yeah, it's kind of like where I am in my learning. And so this is an actual screenshot from some of our teachers, but they basically go in and say, okay, this is where I am, and this is how I think I can use this particular tool. Okay, and so those are just some different actual excerpts from what a teacher might say as they reflect on it. The tinker is the implementation phase. Okay, so they go in, they reflect on it, they choose their learning, and then they tinker, meaning they implement it into their curriculum. And so when we were talking earlier about flexibility, this is really, really important to us. We don't want teachers just to do this, right? It wasn't just let me just go through and, let me get it done. They needed to use it in their curriculum when it was appropriate. And so that's why the flexibility is so key to this, right? Because we want that learning to then what? Transfer to students. And so that's been really successful. In other words, we weren't deadlocked on this has to be done in 2 weeks. But we did give them a time frame. It was a good 2 months. Hey, somewhere in the next 2 months, find where it's appropriate in your curriculum so that you guys can implement this. So we love this for teachers because it's accountability for them as well, right? So they kind of implement it. And then the last step is, it's the grow, which is pretty neat because it goes back to being able to say, okay, I've implemented it. Now what went really well, right? And what do I want to do differently? That is huge, guys, because I'm going to tell you, a lot of times in professional learning, you go and you learn about something, right? And maybe it gets implemented, maybe it doesn't. But oftentimes, if it does get implemented, we never leave time to reflect on the value of the learning. And that was so critical for us. So this was a really good way to kind of wrap up the lesson. So all that to say, the secondary teachers have completed 2 learning cycles. Okay, and April helped me. The learning cycles are about 2 hours.
Right, each one of them is 2 hours in length. And so we had Zoom meetings. And so we focused and helped them through the first 2 portions of the learning cycle. And then that second Zoom meeting was the second two portions. So we would have 80 something people in the Zooms that were from the variety of those indicators.
Yeah. And so the secondary schools have completed 2, and then we're working with elementary teachers right now. They're on their first learning cycle because their prior PD was on the science of reading, which is a huge part of the Alabama Literacy Act. So lots of professional learning going on in Trussville, good professional learning. So next steps would be just to continue to fine tune. What we love about this platform is it's customizable, meaning we can put our own PD in as well, which there are already some things that we want to put in there. We love that. And then teachers will be able to choose from some of these different options for their flex days coming up this summer. And then, yeah, we just continue to use this cycle to help support the learning. So we're really proud of it, really, really proud of it because, again, it's just quality PD, it's differentiated PD, and we didn't just use the pandemic for an excuse to not have good professional learning. So, yeah.
And one of the things, too, because every teacher puts in their reflect, well, this is where I am, this is where I want to go in their plan, we're able from the admin dashboard to look and see all of that data. And so we're able to see it curated for this school or this elementary, these elementaries all say this. I mean, so we're able to follow up directly with them. And so Lisa and I are going through some coaching training right now. And so we're implementing those skills with teachers. We focused on first and second year teachers at secondary and brought them in, and we're able to say, based on your work in Link Springs, this is what you were telling us, and here's where you want to go. We did follow up individuals. We visited their classrooms. We continued that learning on. So we were able to see exactly what they needed because we had all that data in this dashboard that we were able to get through and share and learn and grow, help them to grow.
You're so ahead of the curve. This learning on demand concept is taking off, but it sounds like we're a little bit ahead of the curve here. That's cool.
I feel like we are, just because I know I talked to colleagues and they're not really looking, moving in that direction right now. So I feel like we are, and we're learning some things, and we haven't surveyed our teachers yet, but we're doing a lot of informal conversations, and they really like it. They really, really like it. And again, we can continue to add to it. We can customize it because there's PD relative to Trussville. And it's like anything else. I mean, you go through, you vet it, and there's some excellent, in my opinion, excellent. And there's some that I think need to be amped up a little bit. So, I mean, you know, there's just, it's give and take a little bit, but by far, really good quality PD.
So the analytics allow you to see how long they're in the module.
Yes.
Is there a textual knowledge in each one of them as well, or is that just optional?
We got a report today. We're getting reports now that show, yeah, I don't know about that piece too, but we do get to see how long they're in, and yes, that was part of the reason they contacted us. They're using it. They're using it. Yeah, we're logging lots of hours.
Because too many times people just click it to get through. Here you're looking for true learners.
Well, and that's the thing about it too, and that's a good point, but that's where that reflection, that grow piece comes in. Because it makes it really hard to document that if you haven't implemented it, you know, and so that's what we really like. It's comprehensive, you know, it just kind of holds you accountable.
So the reflection is there more in the place of a test to see what you learn, which may actually be about those kind of.
Yeah, I think why they've reached out to us and said, what are you doing? How are you doing this? Is because we didn't just purchase this program, and it has 87 total learning cycles, the 2 hours each. We didn't just say, okay, teachers here, go do any of these learning cycles. we helped them narrow their focus to what our indicators of choice were. So, and even still, if we just said, okay, here's your learning cycles, just go, and left them and said, complete your cycle, good, it still wouldn't have the quality that we have. Because when we have these meetings, we've already emailed the teacher, said, hey, all of you guys chose the same learning target. And so we're trying to help them to organically have conversations, communications, but we're following up with that. And so I think it's those pieces, a part of it that, yes, there's not an official test or anything, but we're following up with them and really giving validity to their individual voices that they've shared out. And, they're sharing back with us, this is, I tried it in my classroom and it worked well, or I didn't like it. And then you hear the conversations go down the hallway. And so one of the data pieces we're looking at is which learning cycles were chosen more so than others, and then why might that be? And so we saw a huge uptick in like getting started with Ed Puzzle after the first cycle, and a few did it. Now there's like 15 taking that learning cycle. And so we think a lot of that's conversations and sharing in face-to-face collaborations that they already have scheduled. So we're really seeing it tying and weaving in so much, but it took our time and effort to make it be what it needed to be for our teachers, not just we bought the package and you're in.
That's the key. It's all about just connecting it all up for teachers. They all know educator effectiveness. They all get that. They understand that. And so that would be, if I was going to give anybody any guidance on something like this, you better have it meet your vision, for what you're doing, and have that connection there, so teachers don't see this as something separate that doesn't have any meaning. And that just took a lot of time to do, but it was worth it, and it's what's made it successful. If we would have just launched this and said, here you go do something, go do a playlist, it would have been a disaster, I think.
Well, I think the other thing you guys deserve credit for, so learning and development is either a DNA in some people, or it's an inspired motivation by leadership for the rest. It's obvious you're inspiring people to grow, and that's what we have to do. So kudos. So ingredient packaging, if there's something you're doing that's just building inspiration, it's pretty powerful.
So we're pretty proud so far. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now for the fun part on summer school.
Yeah, now we're gonna flip the switch here. Yes, so I think you guys have in your packet just some information as we kind of get all these dates and stuff organized. We will again offer our summer literacy camp, and this again I think is in your packet. Of course, the purpose of the camp is to continue efforts made throughout the year to improve the reading skills of our TCS students in early literacy, so that every student's reading out of the grade level by the end of third grade. We launched a pilot summer literacy last summer in the middle of all of this. And we primarily just focused on our current third grade class, and they were second graders last year. And I think we had about 40 kids that came face to face, and so we found a lot of success. And I'm really grateful that we were able to go ahead and implement that pilot, because it really kind of just drove home how we wanted to handle it again this summer. So we're really mimicking a lot of what we did, but at a larger scale, because we're involving more students this time. So I tried to put together just kind of a who, what, when, why, where kind of thing for you. But you can see this on your in your packet, hopefully. But we're looking at most likely anywhere from 140 to 150 students K-3 who demonstrate a need based on our spring Ames Web Plus screening tool. We give that 3 times a year. We did it in the fall, the winter, and now we'll do it again this spring. Matter of fact, it starts coming up in just a few days. And so we'll be able to use that data, and we're thinking, based on what we knew in the fall and the spring, that we'll have somewhere in this number of students that will come. We'll have it again from July the 6th through July 31st. It's Monday through Thursday. And then on Fridays, we'll do a virtual skills application. So they'll take basically what they learned all week and then apply it on that Friday, which will be a virtual opportunity. And then you can see on here, any student that cannot attend, we will have a virtual option for them. We ran that last year as well, and it worked pretty well. We'll have that from 8 to 11:30 each day, and that will be housed at Payne Elementary. So again, just taking what we were able to do last summer, and then just more, it's just a little bit bigger situation this year. We're involving more students. And then I attached, just in case you're curious, what curriculum we use. We use something called Sound Partners. We use Sunday System 1. Voyager, Success Maker. These are all approved curriculum that need to be used per the state. And so we'll also use the Ames Web to do a post-assessment. So again, just a replication of what we did last summer, but just a bigger scale. New this year, we are going to pilot a math. It's not a requirement, but it's just something that we want to do as part of TCS. So what we'll focus on, what we've noticed kind of just tracking and trending this year is we want to work in the area of fluency in particular. So that's what we'll be involved with Math Camp. And so it'll look very similar. It'll mostly focus on grades 2 through 5. And it's a strategic intervention in fact, fluency, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. We'll run that kind of concurrently with some of the July dates. It'll be the same time each day, and then again at Payne. So a couple of different programs going on there. And then for curriculum, we'll use STEM scopes and our math guide. So that'll be primarily led by Monica Bramlett, who is our district math coach, and then some teachers that we bring on board for that. And then our literacy camp will be facilitated by Kelly McGee and Jenny Peters, and obviously their teachers as well. So that's what we have by way of summer math and literacy. And then I think the last thing you guys see would be what we're working on with the high school as far as summer school goes. So we've identified those dates. So the academic summer school will be June 1st through the 30th. Driver's ed will be June 1st through, we think, July 16th. We might not need all that time. We just extended it because not knowing how many students might participate. And then the times will be Monday through Thursday from 8 to 12. So 2 sessions basically in a day. And then again from 1 to 4. And we'll offer credit recovery, and then Spanish 1, career prep, A and B, and health through access courses like we've done in the past. You know, I said this at the beginning, but again, you know, we're trying to be proactive and help some of our students at the high school in grade recovery. So I'm really excited for them to get that off the ground, and that actually starts today. So hopefully that's going to prevent, you know, some kids from having to even bother with summer school because they're getting grade recover. So excited about that. That's it for me.
You want to mention cost?
Oh, yeah, okay. So what we're looking at doing as part of it, I think Mr. Kirkland, I want to steal off thunder with the ESSER funds over there. But we are looking at funding, you know, our summer school teachers pay through that. And then also I put into the budget, hopefully, that we can, any kid that needs credit recovery, that we can pay for that. I just didn't want that to be an obstacle for anybody that, you know, has to come and needs the credit. So we've worked that into that ESSER budget. So hopefully
That's great.
Yeah.
So the ones that are in the elementary camps, they will attend based on their test scores.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions on here? We'll move to the orange bar, and that would be Dr. Logan. Okay, so we'll turn it over to you to update us on student support.
Yes, I think we'll start with code of conduct. It's that time of the year. We always have to adopt our code of conduct for the next school year. And there are minimal changes this year. I think you might have a copy of it. It's going to be pages 18 and 19 where the change is. Just a little background. Because of COVID this year, we temporarily located our alternative school at the middle school in the top of their new addition, should we have any students that needed it. And we didn't have anybody other than middle school that actually used it this year, so that was a good thing. But in going through this year and thinking about some things and some needs we had, we did not have in our class 3 and 4 disposition anything about virtual school. And so that actually came up this year, that one of the placements for a student was to receive his schooling virtually, for a defined amount of time, which just meant basically he was getting his assignments, like you mentioned, off Schoology. They were there, and that worked well for that family situation. So we just wanted to include that option should it be a necessary component going forward. If a student situation was such that it worked better for that dynamic to have virtual school as an option. So it just reads alternative placement, including virtual school. And that's in the class 3 disciplinary action and the class 4 disciplinary action on page 18 and 19. And that was the only change.
But that would be virtual school from home, correct?
Right.
Not from like sitting in an office at school somewhere.
Right.
We're talking about virtual school from
Right,
home.
although it could be that as well, but what I'm talking about is from home.
Okay.
Yeah. If a student is in alternative school at our facility, they do distance learning anyway.
Correct.
You know, so yeah, there's a little different meaning.
Yeah.
To that.
Okay.
So this is if a student gets in trouble with a class 3 or class 4 violation, then they have the option of.
There is if it works, that's not gonna work for everybody. Or wouldn't be pertinent for every situation, but there might be a situation where that would be, better for the student, better for the, students in general. Just depends.
Is that something that the student, like who would be a part of making that decision?
The hearing officer would propose that.
Okay.
As
So it
an
wouldn't just be
option.
an automatic,
No.
you get in trouble and,
No.
oh, you just get to go.
No, because that wouldn't be a punishment for some people.
Right, that's why I was
That
getting
wouldn't be, that wouldn't be an ideal situation. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how often or how little it would be used. It would just, something to add.
An option.
As we've learned, that it could be. So just wanted to include it just so it's there if we needed it. Anything else you want to add to that?
No.
Okay.
That was great. That
Okay.
gives us one more option.
Yeah. And then the only other piece I have, I think y'all know from the past, I'm a bit of a data nerd at times. And so, we, facilitated the UAB vaccination process from the central office and, sending out those invitations and, or collecting who wanted it and facilitating the process through UAB. And so I had all that information and just kind of wanted to know how many people did that involve and what did that look like for each school now that we're definitely 2 weeks removed from all of that. Everybody's considered fully vaccinated that took part in that process. So I took that information and looked at the population at each school to come up with a percentage of people vaccinated per school. So what that looks like is Magnolia Elementary now has 72% of their staff vaccinated. Payne has 73%. Cahaba has 77%. The middle school has 76%. The high school has 81%. And altogether, if you wanted to look at it district-wide, 76% of our employees are now vaccinated, which I think is that's an awesome statistic. But we know it's actually higher than that because a lot of people went prior to UAB vaccination and a lot of people, because of the timing of medical conditions, pregnancy, having COVID, they've since had the vaccination through another pharmacy. But that's not data that I have that I can, they don't have to give me that information. So it's not something I can just ask for, but so I know it's higher than that, which is great.
Yeah.
In and of itself, I think knowing that there's not a school below 72% is pretty amazing.
Is there any explanation about why the high school would have a higher rate than middle school? I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just who signed up.
This is just the UAB vaccination number.
They have the most employees there. If you're looking at just numbers
I
wise,
think it makes their percentage more impressive, doesn't it?
they employ more people, so, yeah, I don't know.
That wouldn't necessarily mean that we have a.
No, it wouldn't. They just had the most, I don't know.
In a future meeting, you had some really good stuff going on before all this hit. One of them was, in the process of getting a therapy dog grant or something like that. I mean,
Yes.
today's not the day, but I'd love to catch up on all that now that the world's getting back to where we can do those
Yeah,
things. You know, cover our mission programs, you used to talk
absolutely.
about a little bit, I'm sure lots of people on there. But
There has been. We have, I think we will have a dog next year.
Cool.
I do. So, yeah, we'll have to talk about that.
Yeah, I'd love to
Some
learn, because that was
upcoming
exciting, and
meetings,
we all
yeah.
kind of got down another trail.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I'm also curious
long
how
trail.
Long trail.
the YMCA, summer program and the after-school programs are going.
Yeah.
I mean, last year was not a normal year with that, but I know we were anxious.
Yeah, that program is going really well. I can definitely collect some data on that and give y'all some feedback on it.
Would that be back live this summer?
Yeah, it will. It
Was
will
it
make,
live last summer?
Mhm.
Or it's okay?
it was. And, they've already had, signups are ongoing right now for summer and, she's got lots of families signed up already for this summer. So it's already exceeded last summer, so that's really good.
Just shorten that for lunch.
We have a break at 1:50 and it's 1:39.
All right.
Hey.
So how about that?
Hey, we run out of time, Ms. Trace.
We can catch up.
Okay.
April, we on?
Come on,
Good to go.
Steve, oh, see that.
We're running on time. Next up on the green card, that would be green for the color of money.
I'm not positive I mean, what's the
Talk to us about ESSER funds.
That's so
I will not take 45 minutes, I'm just gonna lay that out there. I had about 10 minutes and then Lisa stole my thunder.
I did not.
We're down to 5. No, we really, I don't know if you ever heard the amount, but we've got around $1 million of ESSER funds. The State Department is highly encouraging / requiring the funds to be spent in certain categories. Primarily highly qualified instructional supplies, professional development, and what they're, correct me if I said this wrong, lost learning or unfinished learning. So a lot of the things that Lisa has already talked to you all about earlier, we're going to use the ESSER funds to pay. So the vast, it just gives us funds for, and this allocation is through September 2023. So basically from now, we have 2.5 years to spend this money. And it's just going to allow us to do a lot of professional development and student learning during the summer that is just, it's just extra on top of what we're already doing. We do everything we can, and I think our rankings every year shows that. We're in a very fortunate spot in the state, but we are going to take advantage of this money and not waste it and put it where it belongs, and that is in teacher development and student improvement. And I think Dr. Berry and Dr. Logan have done, they have done, my part of this has been very easy. They have put in many hours in developing a plan on how we're going to utilize this money. And I just get to talk about it. They've done all the work, and it's amazing what they have planned out for our school system. Our teachers are going to be much better prepared 2 years down the road than they are right now, because how they're taking advantage of this money. So, I mean, we're going to do everything we can. There are some more money coming. They're calling it the ESSER 3. The state has not released, at least last I heard, have not released the total allocations or encouragements, requirements of what it can be spent on. That should be coming, I would think, before the legislative session is over. So we have a little bit more, more money coming that we can use, facilities, whatever they let us spend it on. So we are I wouldn't say recouping the cost, but there's some things that we would have spent out of local funds that we are spending out of ESSER, so it will help our budget. But that's pretty much it on the federal funds. If you have any specific questions, I'll be happy to answer. It's not on the agenda, but the ETF bill budget has not been passed yet. So once the budget is passed by the state, we'll get to rocking and rolling on next year's budget. Get y'all numbers as soon as we can. I think we're scheduled for the first public hearing in July, second public hearing in August, which is after our tax vote, which will be huge. We'll be talking a lot about that between now and then. That'll be obviously very important to our budget. facilities. Well, Mr. Davis can kind of give us an update on where the central office is, and it looks exciting.
It is. So if you've seen it driving by, we will pour slab Friday. So once the slab is poured, steel comes in the next week, you should start seeing a building frame. So it's going good. It's actually dry weather has helped, but we're getting there. We've lost a little bit of time because of rain, but I don't think it's just an awful amount of what could have been. So, but the slab is will be poured Friday, and then you'll see the steel hit the ground the next week, and they'll get started on that. I worry a little bit about timelines on getting materials. Everybody, you know, what we're hearing from a lot of people is just materials. I don't think that'll affect us a lot, you know, because we were so far ahead of the game, but I see that coming up in the future for a lot of projects. So as you know, the steel prices are out the roof, so that's affected one of our bids lately. But the central office is going really good. The other thing is the tennis courts. You saw the bids for that. And it's just the time and where we're at and the steel prices. The chain link guy won't hold the price a day. He gives you a price. It's good for that day only. PVC pipe that we use in conduit, that price went up 30 cents a foot the other day. So it's just, all of it's petroleum based or fossil fuel based, and that's just where we're at on that. But if you have any questions on any of that, just let me know, and I'll do my best to answer them. But on the facility side, we're just rocking and rolling. We got everything going on, keeping the kids safe, keeping our guys safe, and keeping our buildings clean. Thank y'all for the kind words too. So that was a hard decision for me to make, but I appreciate your kind words that everybody said.
Okay, I wanted to take a minute to talk about the floor plan. Barry gave us a great update on central office progress, and thank you for that. And thank you for everything, Barry. We're gonna miss you.
I'm here for a little while.
We'll celebrate.
We will
celebrate.
For roasting.
We're not speaking to Barry right now. We wish you the best. Anyway, you can see in your notes the floor plan. I just wanted to draw your attention to the first floor plan, which includes the boardroom. And if you can imagine Highway 11 on the right, the front doors, you'll walk in from the right side. And then the first blue area, which is designated for superintendent and board, is the receptionist area. And then right by the receptionist is a lockdown. We're locked in, and that's the vestibule. So if anyone walks in and they need to use the restroom, there's a restroom right there. They don't get in the building. We've been very particular about security and about the building's locked down. And you go straight through the double doors into a hallway, and then the double doors leading into a nice size room. And we'll have an appropriate sound system, appropriate ventilation, hopefully very quiet HVAC unit that we don't have to fight. And then you can see the dais on the other side of the board room. If you take a look at the back side of the dais, you see a doorway. It's hard to see, but it's going toward the bottom of the sheet of paper. You see the doorway, and that would take you out into a hallway to a conference room for executive sessions. So you'll cross the hallway, go down to the right just a little bit.
Excuse me, Dr. Neal, can we get eventually sometime if we can go there to print out, we get a copy?
Absolutely.
Right.
Mm-hmm. It's easier to see on hard copy, you're right, it is, so we can do that. And then essentially from that conference room is the superintendent's office. So superintendent board is in blue, and that's the only thing we mentioned. The restrooms are on the back side and outside of the dais area. So it's all compacted to suit our meetings, our executive sessions, and every department is taken care of in the same way. The gray area right by reception and in the lockdown area is a studio where we would have media, if there is media there, a photo op, our step repeat banner. It's windowless. We'll also use it for some storage as well. But we might have Mr. Gaston's dream of a studio with lights, camera, and action ready to go in that room. If there is an occasion for the media to be there and to need to interview us and to video us. And that concludes what I was going to highlight. You can see then on the first floor, athletics and student services and special education, in addition to PR, superintendent, board. And then you go upstairs for the balance. Curriculum, finance, facilities, food service, and technology upstairs. And we have a little bit of space for human resources if we ever have HR. In the department that we don't officially have right now, so we have space upstairs for HR. Which, as the school system grows, I think we'll grow into that position. Right now, we're just managing this office and salary and benefits and insurance piece. So it will bring us all under one roof except for transportation, which never planned that anyway with the bus garage and stuff.
What was it? Was the completion date originally December?
January
January
13th,
2022.
2022.
Okay.
I think I asked this in another meeting, and I believe I'm liking the answer, but we had the audio visual set up with the attendees can see what we're seeing, because right now, if you're attending, you can't see us, it just leaves the people not being engaged in the meeting. We talk about some back screens that the audience can see.
Yes.
As well as we can see. Good. That'll make us world class.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more about the tennis court bids. We had an $800,000 budget, and we had originally budgeted for 6 courts. And I think Mr. Walker did a great job communicating with the parents and the community, and they had asked for 8. So we designed 8 courts instead of 6. And we could really change our budget at the time. Mr. Kirkland can jump right in. But the low bid for 8 courts came in at almost 1.2 million. So there was a question about whether or not to accept the bid or reject the bid. And knowing that we had some PSDA funds for a portion of it and capital funds for the balance of it, and we designed 8 instead of 6, we want to talk about going ahead and approving the bid, even though it came in on the budget. So, Mr. Kirkland, you want to jump in there and tell us the details for an over budget bid? What we need to do.
Just a couple of things. Mary's already mentioned just the cost of materials skyrocketed, and they continue to go up. So if we rejected the bids, like Dr. Bill mentioned, and possibly do the redesign, you're running a risk of, first of all, you're going to be another probably 3 months out. So what is the cost going to be in 3 months versus now? So basically the only way to, this is a bare bones project. There's not much to this project at all. So to reduce the cost, you've got to basically reduce the number of courts. So by doing that, obviously immediately somebody you go from 8 down to 6. And you're at a risk of increased cost between now and the next 3 months. And that puts us 3 months later, which is probably going to push us into the tennis season. So factoring all that in, I mean, based off of market prices, I think we have a good price for the bid. It's what the community wants. We have the funding, we have the PSCA and the PSF for state capital outlay money to cover the entire cost of the project. I just think it's the best thing to do for the project is to continue as is. We will work with the vendor to see if there's some areas where we might can do some value engineering. I don't know that there's gonna be much. I mean, it's asphalt, concrete block, it's, so there's not gonna be much.
Really not, unless we change the pipe surface on the court to a lesser surface on the coating. And then that just creates a maintenance nightmare years down the road by recoating it more often and spending those dollars then. So we're gonna work with Costin to see what we can do to get some money out of it. But I don't know that we'll ever get down to the, to $1 million. So, but we'll work really hard to get there. So.
And there's a risk in rebidding.
The risk in rebidding is just for an example, when we built the high school, we had a bid for the field house, the high school field house at the same time. We rejected the high school field house and waited 1.5 years and rebid it because we thought we could get it cheaper. And it came in $200,000 higher than the first bid that we got. So, you stand that chance. It's a gamble on what you want to do. So I've never had a project that you put off and rebid that it can't, unless you change square footage or change the major design factor, then come in under, but come back in where you want it. That's just been my, history and all of that.
When you look at the cost of materials right now, the increasing cost, if we designed it for 6 instead of 8, it might come in higher such that we get 6 for the same price as we can get 8 right now.
And you could, and Jim and I talked about it this morning, if we get 6, the layout basically would stay the same, minus the 2 other courts. But from a work standpoint, to get to where if you wanted to add the additional 2 courts later, from the work standpoint, you handcuff yourself because you're going to work from the parking lot side of that project toward the creek or toward the practice field. So then you got to tear something else up to get back in there, to bring your heavy equipment in, to bring your dirt in, to do that. So then you kind of handcuff yourself on cost savings at a later date and time. So just looking at it from a buildable standpoint, it puts you in a hard spot there too.
And before I hear from our athletics director, what's our timeline on the tennis courts? Is it a 6-month project?
It's a little less than 6 months.
What do you think, Mr. Walker?
Agree. We were talking about timing. This season, for instance, our first match was February 1st. Tennis is the first spring sport that happens. So they were able to start practice second week of January, just to kind of give some time context. Going back to the 8 courts or 6 courts talk, this would be a facility where both our high school teams, boys and girls, and both middle school teams, boys and girls, practice and play. So 8 allows us to, when we have matches, to get done sooner. The only thing that 8 would let us do is when we're having a high school match, it still leaves us a couple of courts for the middle school team to practice and vice versa, where they don't have to just be off on those dates. So, location-wise, again, I think it's a big win, especially for the middle school parents. Because right now, we're practicing and playing off campus, so those parents are coming in at 3 o'clock, picking up middle school tennis kids and driving them somewhere every day. Where now you're just walking out the back door. So it's something that I think everyone in the tennis community is really excited about.
I think it's super exciting. Yes. I mean,
a tennis parent long ago, but I mean, you know, it allows us to play those matches, practice, you know, warm up before that. I mean, and we budgeted for 26 courses, not that far off, far off with that, but it is a very minimal project when you think about it, but it, it costs to do that. So I'm excited. We've been waiting for a long time.
I do need to add one more thing. If you're looking at the tab sheet, we had 2 alternates in the bid, to add an extra light pole down by the, closer to the new fine arts wing, and to add a windscreen. Because this is a partial PSCA project and we're over bid, we cannot take those alternates at this time. So, it's something that we'll just have to do later. It won't be that big of a deal later. We can't take it, we can't add it to this. So we can only accept this.
So not seeing the drawings, we have enough lighting to play.
Just, you won't be able to play on the M2 courts after, or as it gets dark. You can play.
On the others.
Okay. But we can add roots later. Yeah. And, so the recommendation is to take the base skill tonight.
This is the good out of the collar, little bit,
I'm sorry?
the one out of is McCullough, that's our little bit,
Kenny Costume, yes, sir. He's done work for us before. He's good.
we're good with it.
Yeah, we're easy. And this is kind of his needs and what he does. He does a lot of athletic fields and stuff like that.
Thank you, guys. Mary, we will celebrate. A big party coming up. Okay, we'll move it over to athletics.
I have a small packet here that So I just wanted to kind of review our school year athletically. So what we've done is listed all of our central sports at the varsity level. These are our record, the winning percentage, how those teams did in postseason, and then just a couple of notes about each team. So, starting back in the fall, had a great season. Coach Dobbs last season as cross-country coach. Our boys finished 4th. In Saturday was the highest finish in 10 years, and our girls were 3rd, which was the highest finish in history of the school. Our football team, this year went to the quarterfinals. It's the 3rd time in 4 years we've been to the state quarterfinals. A couple other notes about football. We're really excited. This past year, to have ESPN come in and do one of our home games for the first time ever. And Coach Floyd gave us this stat too, which was really impressive. In the last 5 years, we've had 42 of our football student athletes sign college scholarships. So really excited about that program. He and I talked the other day, looking into this coming football season, grades 7 through 12, we have 306 kids signed up for football, which is a lot. So it's a good thing. Also wanted to make a note about volleyball. I wanted to bring this up because you see their record from this past year. So if you just look at their record, it doesn't seem impressive, but we actually won 10 more volleyball games than we did this time last year. Our coach, Jackie Koch, is something that we talked about a lot. She started a youth program here in Trussville. So we've got a lot of our youth grades 1st through 6th involved, kind of teaching them skills and building that culture. So it means a lot more than maybe just the record, but just kind of the trajectory of the program. That's something else I'm excited about.
Things not an understatement. I mean, volleyball is, just knowing from my relatives, this is one that has to be built from the kids on up. So this is a good start.
Exactly. It's a long process.
It is.
Well, your first opportunity to play is in middle school. You're playing against teams that have rec leagues and things like that to beat. It's huge. We're at a disadvantage to start.
Jackie and I work closely with Ruth Pearson, specifically starting that. I know they're coming in on Sunday nights, I think on Sunday night, we have over 60 girls in there that are elementary students in our school. So, that's the first step of it, and it's just going to take some time. So moving on to our winter sports, I thought we had a great winter season. I want to talk about girls basketball. They were 29-5, went to the state championship game, second time in school history we've been to the Final Four. 29 wins is the most wins in the history of the school for girls basketball. Our boys bowling team, they were 17-4 overall. They went to the state semifinals. That ties the best finish in school history. Then, of course, we recognized our indoor track and field teams at board meetings. They had an undefeated record, both the boys and girls. That was our first ever state championship in boys indoor and our second state championship ever in girls indoor. And of course, our wrestling team did a great job. This was Chris Pike's first year as a head coach. They had 86% winning percentage. They finished third at the state championship, and that was their best finish in 6 years. So, great job by our winter sports. Then we're right in the middle of our spring season right now. We've got about 4 weeks left, and it's going to be really exciting. So, our baseball team right now is 25-3. They are currently the #1 ranked team in 7A, and we'll actually finish our regular season this week. We're meetings on Tuesday, Thursday. Our boys golf team is doing a great job, 85% winning percentage. One of the top teams in 7A, and we'll go to the sectional event next Monday, 1 week from today. Our girls golf team is really impressive. 2 of our top 3 players are 8th graders. Wow. So the future is really bright. They're doing a great job. Same with the boys. They'll go to the sectional event next Monday. Our girls soccer team kind of wanted to bring them up. They're 8-4 with 3 ties this year. They've got a huge game tomorrow night at home against Shady Park, and the winner of that game will make the playoffs. The loser will not. So we haven't been to the playoffs in girls soccer in 7 years. So just to be in that position is really impressive, and really looking forward to tomorrow night. Our softball team is 32-1 this year. We're currently the #1 ranked softball team in 7A. Still the defending champion. We did have a state championship last year. We have our last area game tomorrow night, and then we'll be moving on to coach season after that. So this is also the first time in school history that our baseball team and softball team will be ranked #1 at the same time. Pretty good stuff. Our tennis teams ended the season this past week. Both of those teams were 13-10. And then our boys outdoor track and field, they're picked up from right where they left off on indoor. They're winning at a 99% clip right now. The state championship is coming up in 1 week and a half. We'll be right in the mix for that. So really excited about where our spring sports are, and we're just working with the coaches and trying to finish and have as strong the last month as we can. The next page is just a few other notes. This year we had 1,002 students participate in athletics. That's grades 7 through 12, so I thought was a great number. AHSA will give out the blue map for the state championship team, the red map for the state runner-up. So this year so far we've won 3 maps, 1 in boys indoor, 1 in girls indoor, and 1 in girls basketball. So those 3 maps are the most we've ever won during a school year in the district. This is the first year that we've had multiple state championships since the 1998-1999 school year. This year we've had 3 different college signing ceremonies at the high school. So we've had 32 of our senior student athletes sign college scholarships this year. And I thought this was important too. Out of those 32, 11 different sports were represented. So 11 different sports have had at least 1 student sign. Also at the middle school level, this has been really exciting to see. For middle school, all of our sports players are metro Coast South League, so there's 12 teams, mostly, all the large teams that see the against. So 3 of our middle school teams won the Metro Championship this year. Wrestling, softball, and baseball just won this past weekend. So our middle school admin coaches are doing a great job. I was really excited about the future.
Sort of an interesting side note to our successful middle school program. It seems that since the Parks and Rec went to the baseball commissioner to sort of unify baseball and travel and youth baseball, our baseball team seem to be on the same footprint as our softball teams who over the years have done the same thing. So it's a little shout out to Parks and Rec and to the city council last year before last, one of the baseball commissions. So we point that out.
Absolutely. Miss Bride is here, and, I'll say on the Park and Rec, it's very similar to what we've done with volleyball. Starting this program to get all of our 1st through 6th graders involved in volleyball, learning the skills, learning all that. That was multiple meetings between myself, our coach, and Drew Peterson. We did the same thing with bowling. Tommy Abbey is our bowling coach. We met with Park and Rec the last 3 weeks, and we're starting a new youth bowling league. It's going to be done here in Trussville, because again, like Mr. Shazer mentioned, a lot of what we're seeing in some of our sports is when they get into 7th grade, our middle school coach is teaching them from the start, the basic skills and all that. So that's the end goal for all these sports that we just went through, is to have a successful youth program so that it builds, we're more successful at the middle school level, and then, build on to high school. So, for a successful program, you need to be great at the varsity level, but you got to be strong at middle school and the youth too. So it's about trying to build that for all of our sports.
Very good. Thank you.
Lance, was there any new sports this year?
Flag football.
Yes, that was it. I
Yes.
can remember.
Yes, so the canvas is a surprise to us.
Yeah.
We were told that the principal and AD's conference, so, the timeline on that, starting in May, we have to declare all of our sports for next year. So basically, we get to check what sports you're going to participate in. So between now and then, they'll be sending us information on schedule, timeline, how many players on the team, all the questions that we all have. Kind of go from there.
What's your indication, or what's your thoughts on what the response would be at the high school for flag football?
I think since it's in the fall, I think it makes it even better in terms of response, because on the female side you have cross country swimming and volleyball, so it's not a ton. Whereas in the spring for females, softball, golf, tennis, outdoor track, soccer, so I think there's going to be a lot of those multi-sport kids that are looking for something in the fall.
Think there'll be any indication that they may have to do the boys in the future?
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that.
Rising 9th graders would be interested.
Two administrators that work like that.
We've already found our.
Yeah, I'll be right there.
So it's been a very successful year so far. Anytime you read through this, and we've said a lot, not really first time in school history, most in school history, all that. So anytime you're doing that, it takes a lot of work from a lot of people. So I want to thank you all, number one, for your support and for coming. I think back on the girls basketball, the Final Four, and seeing so many of you. That doesn't happen everywhere, so I appreciate that. Dr. Neal for her support, our principal. We talk about this, we work on it a lot. Our coaches are unbelievable. We've got as strong of a group of coaches as they really want to stay, and that's really important. So we're proud of them, and it's been a great year. So we just gotta I think our challenge at the end of this year, honestly, because I've already gotten this from the community, is, hey, this is the best year we've ever had, and things are going great. So, you know, you gotta, it's up to everybody to come to decide sort of this is the end of it, or this is the beginning of keep going. Is I think where we're gonna be. So I know what my choice is gonna be, so, you know, we're gonna keep working and keep getting better. The last thing that I wanted to bring up for consideration, you know, we've talked about naming opportunities and this year a lot about Coach Dobbs, and I always say Miss Dobbs because Miss Dobbs is my seventh grade math teacher, so she'll always be Miss Dobbs and not Coach Dobbs. But wanted to bring up for consideration based on their 30 years in Trussville City Schools, their work with cross-country track and field program, over 80 student athletes signed, naming the cross-country and track and field complex in their office. So I think we have the verbiage there in the notes.
This is a board action, and we have some spaces reserved on the board. And this is one of the track and fields.
I mean, so well deserved.
I think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, for as far as I'm concerned, I mean, what a great partnership they've had with our school. I mean, Tucker will tell you now, he's not in the state particularly his whole life. But what an honor for us to have had them. The role they played with so many students. I want to go back to also the state championship for girls basketball. I mean, I think I said this. I was so amazed at the support. I mean, and I said this, the other team didn't know they were playing that day. I mean, it was just so one-sided, and it was so great to be there. I mean, what a acknowledgement of our school, and just, I don't know, Coach Hunter feels like that was second place is never winning, but just to get there. I mean, I think we all acknowledge that was a tough road to get there, and what a prize that was. And I know it's a disappointment, but that was incredible.
I agree with you. And, you know, we talked the night after the game, and, you know, I think for her, you know, seeing that kind of support from the students, the community, everything like that, it was almost like because, you know, for basketball, and she's talked to me about this before, that was her vision, her and Cedric when they came here, they wanted to make girls basketball where it was successful, people paid attention to it, and they've done that. But you know, it's everything. I mean, when our baseball team and softball team have gone to Montgomery, we've seen that. So our school spirit and the support of the community, and honestly, it helps us get good people, and it helps us keep good people, because other coaches around the state see that, and you know, when you see that, I want to be a part of that, and it's a huge part of what we do.
I want to add, if y'all don't notice, like on Twitter and things like that, our coaches support other coaches in their sport. And they will go out of their way to make it doable if their sport is in season for the kids that are in that sport to be able to go, and they'll adjust practices or they'll adjust something so those kids can go and support the other teams. That's pretty special too.
Yeah, it really is. I noticed that too. They'll tweet out for each other, the teams.
So the board has the press box and the Husky room and the track and field and the stadium. And then we'll have some spaces in central office that are designated and reserved for the board. The only thing that a board of education is named is Robert Skate. And that was when Susan Neal was president at the time, named Bill Roberts. So this is a lot of fanfare for the David and Leah Dobbs track and field complex. So with board approval tonight, we'll start the signage and the fanfare. So I appreciate your recommendation, and I'm in full support of it.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
We are ahead of schedule by about 15 minutes. So would you all accept 15 minutes?
Just discussed Bill Roberts getting like Heaven's Gate sing. Just seeing here to allow people to enter.
Okay, we'll get started on the afternoon part.
So say we'll do the witness stand.
Yes, the principal updates are the most exciting part of our retreat, and we'll sit at this chair and stick into the microphone so the people live streaming can hear you.
Almost feels like you're in a Senate hearing.
I plead the
Raise your right hand.
Well, I usually work on this while someone's in front of me talking. Well, hello, everyone.
Hello.
That's right on live stream. Well, thank you for this opportunity to talk about the high school and what we've been doing this year. I've looked at our highlights. I've looked at our lowlights, which there haven't been any. And I'm looking ahead as well, but I went back to my calendar for the summertime. And what I would say is I was so appreciative of the capital project that Trussville allowed us and brought, you know, a lot more student parking to our campus. And that was very helpful. I know that seems minimal to some people, but, you know, just having access for a car and a child and their family,
It's huge.
it really sends a good message. So we're thankful that we can provide more parking to sophomores who want to drive. So this year's been a little different, you know, because we've had students coming and going, so the parking lot's never been settled. It just kind of changes and it's kind of fluid. So we're really going to enjoy it next year. So thank you for that. I'm proud of our staff at Trussville High School. I feel like we've navigated this academic year with various challenges we've had, pandemic challenges, challenges with learners who are with us at certain times and not at other times, and some not at all. That our staff has really come together and decided that we want to do whatever we can to make sure we're maximizing that student learning, whether the child's in our building or whether the child is not. So we thank you for your support for that. We started the year being told we were a blue ribbon school at the high school for 2020. And that was very exciting. We've celebrated 3 National Merit semifinalists for 2020. All 3 who became finalists, National Merit finalists, along with 1 commended student. We've had 2 state championships in indoor track. Our girls basketball was number 2 in 7A. Our wrestling team was number 3 in 7A. Our football represented us well in the playoffs. Our spring sports are still winding down right now. We all came together with students and staff, and we made sure that we were able to conduct the annual Valentine's charity auction, which raised over $8,000 for area charities. And that's the students doing that, and that was the students leading that work. So we made it work with COVID restrictions, and we had to limit the number in the arena, but we made it work. Very proud that we were able to offer a musical this spring with Beehive. It was very well received. On a personal note, I've always had a crush on Dusty Springfield, so I did enjoy her singing. That was kind of a surprise. I didn't know they were putting her in there. I'm proud of our academic competitions because we've represented in photography, science fair, at the UAB Science Fair. We do have 1 team that immediately earned a spot at the International Science Fair this year. We've had that before. We don't always get it every year, but we did. Trussville High School will be represented then. Our culinary is tapped into NASA competition for culinary. Our media journalism is been active. Debate, everything debate has been virtual this year. That's been a little different. Scholars Bowl, all of the things that we typically do that the kids need to be connected to, and that's their passion. And so I'm glad that we've been able to continue that. This week, we are wrapping up our 2020-21 testing. Tomorrow, we're doing an onslaught of makeup testing. You know, makeup testing never ends, it just continues. Makeup for the makeup. But we're going to finish tomorrow. We have about 38 work keys tests we're giving to students. It's not 38 students, but it's 38 tests for our seniors who do have to take work keys, and they are taking or retaking the work keys so they can reach a college career readiness score on something. And that could be some of your real world skills, your problem solving, a lot of comparing and summary. Work keys has a lot of graphics on it that you have to interpret. So anyway, we have 38 work keys tests being given for, I think, approximately, I want to say like 25 seniors, something like that. We have 8 sophomores who still need to take their pre-ACT. And I think most of them probably were virtual or were having some medical issues when we had given the pre-ACT. And of our entire junior class, we only have 4 juniors who have not taken the ACT. So we're going to try to hit them tomorrow. Might have to go pick some of them up, but we'll have to do. That's good though, it's only 4. This week we're enjoying Senior Week. Today was the Senior Panoramic Picture. They have dress up days this week. They're having a luncheon Wednesday. And they don't have school Friday. That was a really nice Senior Week decision. Our prom is coming up May 8th at the Birmingham Zoo. So they have an outside venue that will really lend itself to social distancing and masking, and just being outside will be helpful for that. We've had to limit our prom to 500 students this year. Typically we have, I want to say up to 700 or 800, but Birmingham Zoo is putting a limit on that. And this is really good for our seniors to have a prom, you know, because last year we didn't have any prom, so as juniors they weren't able to go. So we're thankful for that May 8th. Our senior exams are going to start on May 19th, which is basically a month from now. We start them a few days earlier so we can be ready for graduation on May 25th. And our underclassmen exams will start on May 24th, those last 4 days of the semester. And we are heavy into recruiting and interviewing. We've already hired 1 teacher and 1 school counselor for next year. Of course, working on a couple more next week. So that's our year in a nutshell. Can I answer any questions?
I'm proud of you guys, all of you, in the high school for making blue ribbon, but everyone for just not missing a beat. I mean, we have just pushed through it. We really have not missed many opportunities. So thank you for all of you.
Certainly.
You think back to last year, and, you know, just, we were just so thankful to have a graduation in June, just trying to fill it out, and so they've gotten to do a lot of more things this year.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And I know there've been some concerns about not doing everything, but we're, you know, doing as much as we can and incorporating everything into, probably in trying to incorporate some things into graduation. But the way I want connection with students, and I want students to feel connected to programs, and I feel like we've provided that this year. Whatever, if it's athletics, if it's theater, if it's academics, we provided since that first day of school. Hasn't been exactly like we wanted to be, but what has, so. But we're certainly far busier this time than we were last spring.
It looks far different than it did last year.
Oh, yes, most definitely. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And all your blue notes.
Well,
Blue ribbons, blue ribbons.
when do we talk about changing the school colors? Blue.
Orange.
Orange and blue?
Yeah, we saw that.
Okay. Is Abney is up next?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Ms. Colbert. Welcome. Thank you for being willing to serve on our school board, so it's good to see you.
All right, y'all. Hey. I'll tell you, when I was going back through and looking and just kind of recapping of the year, it really took a minute to just kind of process what all we've done, what all we've been through. But I do want to just kind of run through recap, things I'm most proud of, just some accomplishments that we've done this year. I would say the staff at our school, their resiliency has been just unbelievable. I'm proud of our students because they've been resilient too. This has been a new way of doing school, and they've had to adapt and shift and change. And I think they've handled it far better than a lot of the adults have at times, for sure. I'm really grateful for our parents. They have been supported and have been there for whatever we have needed. And so we've been very grateful for them, for sure. When it comes to academics, we opened school with all of our COVID precautions in place. And that in itself, I think, was a small miracle, that we were able to get it going and just start, and it just worked. And we just did school, like you said, Dr. Neal, without skipping a beat. We created a virtual academy in lightning speed. And for the first semester, we successfully educated a fourth of our students virtually in a model that we've never done before. And so kudos to our teachers for really being resilient and thinking outside of the box and being willing to do what needed to be done to educate our students. Learning a new platform in Schoology, a new learning platform. They adapted to that. We've received this A+ grant, which we're so proud of. And so, that kind of gives us a direction of where we want to go looking forward. We're in the process right now, finishing up our ACAP testing. We finished last year for all of our in-person students. And then this week, we start tomorrow with our virtual students. So we'll be testing about 200 students in our gym starting tomorrow through Thursday. We just continue to focus on teaching and providing rigorous instruction, which is what we're used to doing. And I'm just really proud of our teachers for keeping that in the forefront, as well as keeping an eye on the social emotional needs of our students. So just really proud. A lot of our academic extracurriculars have been rocking and rolling too. They've had to obviously go to a lot of a virtual format with debates, math team, and Scholars Bowl, and they've all done really well. In terms of athletics, our coaches were able to practice and compete with all of the new COVID precautions that were in place, and were ever changing, depending on the season or the sport at times. And so it was just this constant shifting, and we just had to be ready for whatever came at us, and we were. And with that, we won Metro championships in wrestling, softball, and baseball, and our track competes tomorrow in the Metro championship. And so just super proud of the work that these kiddos and their coaches have put in with that. Our 7th grade boys basketball team made it to the Metro championship, and our cheerleaders received first place at the AHSA regional championships and second in state. So our kids are they're involved, and they've used, I think, their extracurriculars as an outlet for all the things that have been going on in the world, and they've just been successful, and they've come together and really represented our school and our community really well. So we're proud of them, for sure. Fine arts. This is where, when you're talking about band and choir and theater, those are typically things where you have live performances, and our teachers have really had to think outside the box on how to get our students in that performance mindset. So we've done a lot of virtual performances. So our band, virtual performances that we were able to video. We also had 2 students named to the Alabama All-State Band and 6 students named to the District Honor Band. And those are the top musicians in Jefferson and Shelby County. Choir, they've done virtual performances as well. The Treble Honors Choir was selected to perform at the 2021 Alabama Music Educators Association Conference, and they're one of only 2 schools in the state and the only middle school to perform. So really proud of them. Let's see, 13 of our middle school students were selected to in a statewide audition to participate in the All-State Choral Festival, and just have lots of good things going on in our choir department. Same for art. We had 2 students, they placed 2nd and 3rd in the state superintendent's visual art exhibition. We had a student, she was a middle school winner at the Alabama Youth Art Month flag design contest. And so, just our students getting their work out there and getting recognized for their interest. Starting Friday, 2 shows Saturday and a show Sunday, we're going to be doing live performance of Schoolhouse Rocks at the middle school. So Ms. Brenda has worked very hard with her students and following all the COVID precautions. And so we're looking forward to some live performances. She's doing a blacklight show just for students on May 6th. So our MUSH grant recipient, Ms. Copus, she was able to use funds from her grant to, her elective courses to get an air fryer, toaster oven, hot plate. So using that MUSH grant funds, she was able to provide more opportunities for her students. And our elective teachers to just continue to challenge and broaden our students' scope of knowledge through their classes and just trying to bring things that are normally a hands-on activity, which have been a challenge during COVID, really trying to be creative in how they can, teach their courses. So thinking about what's next, we're in the process of making plans for National Junior Honor Society and 8th Grade Awards Day. We're obviously gonna have to do something different as we can't gather, we have our 8th grade class, by the way, has 428 students. So
That's a lot.
So it's a lot of students. So we're trying to be really creative about, we want to honor the work that they've done, obviously, but just working on ways to make that happen. We're going to training this summer for A+ to start that full implementation next year. And really our teachers have been in a mode of reflection because I think that there's so many things that we can learn from this year. Things that maybe we've done in the past that we thought were necessary that we don't have to necessarily do going forward, but we can do it in a different way. And it'll be a more effective and efficient, model for our students. And then we're gonna rest because we're teacher tired right now. We're teacher tired. So that's our year in a nutshell. So do y'all have any questions?
Great job. You all really didn't hesitate. You went forward with your A+ grant, your accreditation, and the safety precautions in the learning labs were amazing. We had people from over the mountain come to visit the high school and the middle school early in the year to try to figure out how to get all their kids back 5 days a week. And you had that wing that had never been used, and they did not have that luxury.
They did not.
Had 10 classrooms that had never been used.
We were grateful we had some elbow room that we could spread out a little bit. But I was grateful for the opportunity to show off the hard work that we had put in the middle school with putting these precautions in place because it was really a team effort. I will never forget the morning I did a school-wide Zoom with teachers, and it was like, hey, I need you to hear me. We got to get your classrooms ready. And by lunchtime, it was done. PE teachers pitched in, helped move desks. We had measuring tapes. It was just a team effort, and I'm just proud of the middle school and all the teachers, and they just really come together and supported each other during all this. So,
Tell us a little bit more about that A+ grant, what we will be doing, and what that means. Just tell me what that means.
Sure. So this program, it's in alignment with A+, the College Board.
Right.
And so it's really trying to provide rigor to the instruction for all of the middle school grades. Okay. So in the past, teachers have had an opportunity to go to training more so in 7th and 8th grade and really only in math, science, and English. Now they've broadened the scope 6th through 8th, and they've included social studies as well as computer science. So the resources that they're going to be getting for their classrooms, just, they're getting at this training. It's really getting, the instruction is driven at really critical thinking skills, and it's increasing rigor for all students. I mean, not just your high achieving students, but really setting that bar high for everyone, because students are gonna rise to the standard you need. They're gonna work hard for it, and I think now is a perfect time. They're ready. We're all ready to really get the focus back on that academic excellence. Not that we haven't lost the focus, but really targeted focus, something other than COVID or COVID precautions. You know, it's like, let's back to instruction. So, but a lot of PD for teachers, resources, and this is just all part of this grant. So, yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now elementary, we're going in reverse alphabetical order for the elementary schools. So we'll start with Dr. Lospike, and then we'll go to Magnolia. Thanks for being here. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. All right, well, I was thinking about how to talk about this year, and I think this year's been about not just meeting the needs of our students and families, but meeting the evolving and changing needs of our students and families. That's what it's been about this year. And so we've done a lot of things with our staff, a lot of creative things, flexibly moving people around, because we started out the year with 19% of our enrollment is virtual. We're now at 7%. And so we had to do a lot of shifting to accommodate this, and we had to get really creative about how to do this, because when they come back, you don't always have a whole class come back. So you have to figure out, what do I do until I have a whole class come back? And so we utilized some large spaces, put some supports in there. We did a lot of different things very successfully this year. So I'm really proud of our teachers and our staff just for the flexibility this year, because they have just shined. We spent a lot of time looking at baseline data as a result of the school shutdown last year. We really wanted to know how detrimental it was, and do we need to work even harder to try to close those gaps? And we found we did need to work harder, because particularly in our younger grades, the reading decline was there in the baseline data, because the students, like in kindergarten, first and second grade, getting those foundational skills, just being out of school for those months, it's difficult for them. It wasn't as dramatic with the upper grades, because it's more difficult, I think, at home to teach a child how to read. And so that did show up. So we've worked really hard to close those gaps this year. In addition, the other thing we noticed about the data, and this was pretty profound, was our above average students. There was a decline in the percentage of students in that above average category, which tells me our teachers not only do such a great job of closing gaps with students who need remediation or interventions, but they do a great job challenging those high students. And so that was a little bit of a loss too that we had to make up. Math baseline data was very similar to reading, more impacted at the younger grades than the older grades. Another thing that was a big focus this year, I know throughout the district in the elementary schools, we finally had a tool in place that the state provided to give us more detailed data about reading deficiencies with students. So in the past, we could look at overall data, but we had to work really hard to try to target, well, is it a reading fluency issue? Is it a comprehension issue? Is it phoneme segmentation? And now we have those tools in place where we can pinpoint exactly what these kids need. And so as a result of that this year, we've partnered with the parents of the kids that have shown any consistent reading deficiencies. And we partnered on Zoom and established reading improvement plans for these students, where we're partnering together to give them what they need. That has probably been one of the best experiences, just to be able to have those conversations with parents, partner with them, work together with the teacher, the administrative team, and the parents on how to help these kids. We developed over 80 reading improvement plans, but keep in mind, some just had deficiencies in one area. We didn't want to ignore that. We said, even though comprehension looks good, we need to improve in the area of fluency, so we did address those as well.
Our teachers progress monitor these students every single week. We set goals and we can look to see that they're on track, and we report that back to the parents. So they're able to see, hey, this trend line looks good. We're on track to meet this goal. We've already seen tremendous progress with our kids this year with the gaps. And just one example is the number of first graders, because they missed out on some foundational skills last year. The number of first graders that were at risk at the beginning of the year were already cut in half by January. And we're still waiting on our spring data. So the teachers are doing just such a phenomenal job. I think I talked at the beginning of the year about us starting the year off with our motto that we were on the cuff, and as opposed to off the cuff, because we had put so much planning into trying to anticipate everything that we would need this year for our students. And so on the cuff means we really planned for it, and we did it with kindness, understanding, and flexibility, which is what cuff stands for. So I've got to say, our teachers, our staff, everyone has been on the cuff this year, and it shows. I did want to say we are so appreciative of the community and the district supporting us through a really hard time recently. We've lost one of our most loved teachers, and it's just been suddenly to cancer. And she was a teacher, a friend, a colleague. All of our students loved her dearly. And so we just wanted to say Ms. Lopresti was so loved by the community and by our school. And we're very grateful of all the support to help our school come together and to deal with that. I'm just so proud to be part of Payne Elementary. I love Payne Elementary. I love Trussville City Schools because I think this year we have done what others say was impossible. And it feels that way. And I want to close with one thing. We could not have done it this year without our substitutes, because we had substitutes that committed to our schools, and when we were having to quarantine and do things of that nature earlier in the year, we relied on them so heavily. But one of our substitutes who committed to us through mid-April left this note on my desk last week, and I found it and I thought, they give and then they're still giving after they leave, because this kind of sums up how I feel about our school. Dear Dr. Lossback and staff, I've enjoyed working with all of you, admin, support, teachers, custodians, cafeteria workers, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm looking forward to seeing you next fall. You're the most caring, kind, and helpful group of people I have ever encountered. Your great example shows in your students. They are so kind to each other, even when there are differences. They are helpful and thoughtful. Keep up the great work. So that kind of said it all. That's how I feel about our school, and I'm so grateful. And like I said, she just kept giving after she was gone, because this just motivated and inspired us. So that's been our year in review. Wow. Are there any questions?
You talked a little bit about the teachers connecting with parents, building a meeting, a plan, I guess. How those meetings, they take place where the teacher can conveniently send it to the parent, and on average, how long would an encounter like that last?
Usually lasts, but we try to limit it to 30 minutes, but sometimes it runs into 45 minutes. And we either schedule it during the teacher's planning time, or if we just can't because of the parents' work schedule, we'll get one of our rotating subs to go in and cover an activity in the classroom so the teacher can come out and participate.
So a lot of them were in person even this year?
No, they were on Zoom. So she'd come out to her room and get on the computer and participate. And the beauty of it being on Zoom, I actually didn't know if I would like that. We were able to pull up the data on the screen and talk about it. So it's actually, I actually like the way it went this year.
Teachers pretty much find those, I guess, to be beneficial and enjoyable experience, or?
They do. Because what happens, we've got to remember too, sometimes the parent doesn't know how to help the child. And so it gets us all on the same page. One thing that we do is supply the parent with fun things you can do at home that don't feel like learning activities, but they're more just quality time activities to promote the skills. And so the parents have loved that. And then we're very clear about the interventions we're providing at school too, so we're just all on the same page. So they have been phenomenal.
I think, Michelle, we had a big conversation about this morning, and I love what you said, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Great job.
Thank you.
Congratulations on a great year.
Thank you.
It's my turn.
Explain your t-shirt there.
I'll be happy to explain my t-shirt.
That's cute.
Yes. Hey, everybody, I know that you are tired, but thank you for hanging out and letting us come and talk with you. You know, it's always a pleasure to brag on Magnolia. Never get tired of that, and I never will. Our Magnolia family is unbelievable. We work really hard for our students, and it shows in every which way possible. It shows through our relationships, and that's first and foremost for me. And if you've known me for very long, you know that's what I'm all about. If we have relationships, then that is the groundwork for letting everything else work. So I just want to kind of share with you just a little bit about what we've done these last few months and making sure that we are not stopping the fun, so to speak. We have a phenomenal librarian in Miss Rebecca Bishop. And what Rebecca does is she reaches out. She's that behind the scenes kind of girl who doesn't want any kind of accolades, and it's embarrassing to her, but I brag on her anyway, because in March, it was our word celebration. It was a month-long celebration. Dr. Neal was kind enough to share with us her favorite word. And Rebecca reached out really all across the globe. We had authors from Ireland, we had authors from England, from Australia, who all talked about their favorite word and shared their favorite word through video. So every single morning through Schoology, our students were able to watch this video. And what I was so happy about is that the authors said Magnolia. So it's not like they were doing this very generic. It's, hey Magnolia, your librarian, Miss Bishop, she asked us to share their favorite word. And it was just amazing. So they watched those all month long. And then the classroom word focus, because I asked teachers to talk with their kids, and in January, let's create a word that is our classroom word. Positivity, let's see, I wrote some kindness, friendship, responsibility, whatever their word was, they decided upon it as a class. And then Ms. Bishop found a book about that topic, and then I went in and I read. So I read to all of our homerooms throughout the month of March, and that was just amazing, and I love that. And so it was really a great time to have for our kids and for the classroom teachers. So because usually we have people coming in to read, and we couldn't do that this year, so this is what we did. So we loved it. And then in April, which we're in now, did you know that it is Poetry Month? Well, it is. And we are writing poems at Magnolia. So we have this beautiful poetry tree that is in the middle hallway. And Miss Bishop, again, has created these leaves out of different colors and represents each grade level. And so they are writing their poems on the leaves of the trees. And so we're putting them up as a display, and then I'm reading some of the poems during announcements. So that's the main thing in April. And just to kind of give you an idea, we have committees. Our teachers decided which month they wanted to represent. So then they get together and they decide on just some little things for us to do, because I bet you didn't know that April the 12th was National Grilled Cheese Sandwich Day.
So that sounds good.
You learn a lot. So our kids had this board, this choice board of tasks to talk about the grilled cheese sandwich. Now, yes, it's silly, but we get a kick out of it. We've got to do something just to keep up. We celebrated our paraprofessionals on April the 1st. We could not, like Lisa mentioned the substitutes, and I totally agree with her on that. We have needed them and loved every second of having them.
really hope that can continue next year, but anyway, the paraprofessionals, Ms. Dawson, Ms. Cole, Ms. Smith, Ms. Christopher, and Ms. Beasley, they don't get recognized nearly enough. So we celebrated them, the kids wrote notes with them. It was National Walking Day on the 7th, so everyone was to wear their tennis shoes and walk outside and jot some notes down. The 21st of this month is Administrative Professionals Day, and so we'll be celebrating Miss Blaine and Miss Woodard on that day. And then the 22nd, which is Thursday, is Earth Day, popsicles and pajamas. And that is going to celebrate the end of testing, which we cannot thank the good Lord enough, because, you know, we're tired of testing, just to be honest with you. But the kids are going to get to enjoy one of those little icy popsicles on Thursday. Fast forward to May, we're going to have on the 21st a 5th grade celebration. Now, this COVID precautions in place, everyone's going to be on their diet, but we're going to have a walk the halls. Pomp and Circumstance is going to be playing over the announcements. The 5th graders are going to be parading through the halls, through the lunchroom, and through the gym. We're going to have an award ceremony. All 5th graders will be on their number in the gym, and we're going to have our tables set up just like we normally do, making it very pretty. However, and if we can live stream it or do something for the parents, we're going to do this, but this is for our kids. And so they're going to be awarded their certificate as well, even though COVID precautions still in place. Then that afternoon, they're going to have a picnic with pizza and a movie and popcorn in their classroom in the afternoon. And then our end of the year celebration, hence, Mr. Garrett, the t-shirt, all right? So we are doing these t-shirts in different colors per grade level, whatever they chose. And basically it says it all. Through it all, we were together and we made it. We're #Magnolia Strong. And that's what we're so proud of. So the kids are going to have a t-shirt, they're going to have this little goodie bag and whatnot. And what we're going to do is we're going to take 3 days, the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th. And so like 4th and 5th grade will be on the 24th. And then the 4th grade that morning, they will get to go outside and participate with a little dance and bubbles and or STEM activities and things like that. Now keep in mind, we're not mixing grade levels and we're not mixing homerooms. So everything is still COVID precaution. And then the 25th is 2nd and 3rd grade. If they're out in the morning and outside in the afternoon, they come into the gym on their number, Mr. Sims, and they will then have popcorn and movie with their blanket and their pillow. And then kindergarten and 1st grade on the 26th. We still do our PACE and our Student of the Month awards, so they still get recognized. We have our pictures made. Our reading awards, I'm super duper proud of this because we have a 5-time millionaire reader. I know Lisa had a 10-time millionaire, didn't you, Lisa, last year? Well, we have a 5-time. Wilhelm Blau, he's our 3rd grader, and I'm super pumped about that. We've got 25% of our school population who's reached either a reader leader, millionaire, multimillionaire status. And I think that's pretty doggone good. So we've got kindergartners who are reader leaders by learning their sight words. Our 1st grade, they read over 50,000 words. Our 2nd grade read over 250,000 words. And then we've got our millionaires. And so I'm very pleased with that. We take their picture, we put it up on the wall, and so they get to see their picture. Last but not least, as Lisa talked about the SRIP meetings, we have them as well. And I am so proud, and I have to give a shout out to our reading coach, both of them, Jenny Peters and Kelly McHugh. They are instrumental in these meetings as far as putting this data together, talking to the parents, and really educating our parents in regards to what's happening on these meetings. We had Ames web testing. Now, I'm not a crier, but I could have cried this morning, okay? Because once we got, and they started with Magnolia today. So 1st grade, we tested today. Friends, in the fall, we had 38 students that were on tier 3 intervention. That means they needed help. In the winter, we had 16. Today,
this afternoon, we now have 7. We've gone from 38 kids to 7 kids needing tier 3 intervention.
That's awesome.
And so I could not be more pleased with that. And makes me proud. It shows that we're working our fingers to the bone, and what we're doing is what's right for kids. So I'm very proud of that. And then ACAP testing, it has been flawless. Many thanks to our building test coordinator, Lauren Blake, and to all of our teachers. This has been a school-wide focus. Our kindergarten, first grade kids, I talk to them every morning. You're just as important for testing as our kids who are testing, because they have to be quiet in the halls. They have to do what they need to, so they know that they are a part of this. So ACAP is testing this last week. Virtuals are this week. We've got a plan in place. We've rotated them in and out, so we will finish up with testing on Thursday. The end.
Great job,
Awesome, thank you.
It was, y'all had an amazing year. I heard not one complaint. We're proud. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. Welcome. We can't wait to hear your thing.
Well, I'm not
How are
answering
y'all?
questions.
Good. How are you? I'm doing well. So, I just have this broken down into a couple of things, but to start with the highlights that we've had this year. They've all talked about this new Literacy Act. It was almost as big a deal as COVID. It's been pretty intense. It's been a good thing, but it has been something new for all of us to get accustomed to. And the new Ames Web testing that goes along with the Literacy Act. And not unlike my friends, our scores at the beginning of this year were not exactly where we wanted them to be. At Christmas, we looked good, and I was pleased that we were back on track with everyone but kindergarten. I agree with them. We do see a lot more deficits with the younger children as a result of the COVID issues. So we made different plans for those students and offered more intense essentials work and Sunday system work. And we are just on pins and needles waiting on our data for the end of this year to see if everything we did works, which I'm sure it did. Our STAR data, and we're still taking STAR tests, and mainly with 3rd through 5th graders. And looking at our December data, it all looks good. You would expect, like, for example, a 5th grade student, the expectation would be 5.5, 5th grade, 5th month. Pretty consistently from 3rd through 5th grade, our students were scoring a year ahead. Like our average at Christmas was a 6.1 with our 5th graders, and that was fairly consistent. I attribute a lot of that to our librarian, Ms. Prickett, and her ability to keep kids reading. Of course, we have great digital resources that we use, like Myon and Sora and other ebooks. But because of her push cart and her ability to go to every room with her assistant, Ms. Shepherd, our students checked out and have read hard books, 12,724 books this year, which is a lot when you think about following COVID protocols of quarantining books. So I think that all goes together. The more kids read, the better they read, and the better they do. And then we got a pleasant surprise. About a month ago, we got a check from the state for $5,000 as part of the legislative school performance program. We were named in the top 25% of the schools based upon academic achievement. I have no idea what metric or what tool they used to do that, but we were very thankful for the $5,000. And it was a nice thing to be able to share with the staff as for all their hard work. Upcoming events, our Science Olympiad team has worked virtually for the last several months with Lisa Brish, and they had their virtual lessons that they worked on last week. We did ACAP testing in the morning, and then the Science Olympiad team would work in the afternoons, and she's scanning the last pieces of that to Auburn. But we were excited they were able to still be able to do science Olympiad. And our 5th grade math team, they've done one tournament, placed 5th. We have another virtual tournament coming up on a Saturday. I think it's the first Saturday in April. So they have another opportunity, and they're all looking forward to doing that. We are going to do all our awards programs this year. We've always done them by grade level. The parents will just be virtual. So we'll spread them out. We're fortunate to have a nice gym. We can spread everyone out and go live and do things just like we've always done them before. And we're planning a special fun day for our 5th graders, just like we've always had before too. So one of the things that Sandra always says, just share things that you're proud of. So one of the things I was really proud of this year is our leadership team at Cahaba. During the summer, when we were meeting and trying to figure out how to reopen school, I remember that was the words that were used all the time by Dr. Neal. We got to reopen school. I had our staff elect a leadership team. So they all had a representative from each grade level, from our special education department, from our specialists. And those teacher leaders have met with me sometimes multiple times a month, sometimes only one time a month. And they have been so valuable they hear things and they would bring them to the leadership team. How can we solve this problem? If things were brought up to me, I would get their input. And it was like having ears and hands all over the building because of their influence they took out into the building to help make us have a successful year. So when I was thinking of what we are so proud of, I sent them an email and I said, hey guys, tell me what you are most proud of that we've done this year. And I wept when I read some of their responses, and they're very similar. That this one was from our 4th grade rep, and she said, as a virtual teacher, I had the unique opportunity of being an observer of the day-to-day student-teacher interactions at Cahaba. I have been encouraged by the happy sounds of learning and inspired by teachers who have navigated numerous obstacles to provide high-quality learning situations. As I work on virtual lessons and interact with virtual students in my classroom, I almost always have my door open. I do that because it is a great thing to be a part of this learning environment. The normalcy that was created right from the beginning of the school year was astonishing. In the middle of the most disruptive situation in memory, Cahaba was a safe place, a place where normal routines were being carried out all day, every day. Y'all got any questions?
Great job at Cahaba. Congratulations on a great year.
Thank you.
I want to thank each of you, each of the principals, for your hard work. Pass this along to your faculty. Y'all are the leaders. This is what was important. Y'all made it work, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Walk of shame.
Well, I like the words reopen. We reopened, we did that, check. We stayed open, we did check. We persevered through the low hurdles, the high hurdles, and the pole vaults, check. And we can see the finish line 4 weeks away. So thank you all for your hard work. Everybody on the leadership team is awesome. Thank this board for your support. And I just can't thank you enough, and I'm surprised at our successes in spite of it all. I really am. So I do want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. It really almost makes me weep as well.
I know, I look back there and Jennifer had me, she's wiping joy.
Anyway.
I'm crying
anyway. Don't use me as a
I am too, so I was feeling it, I was feeling teary-eyed because y'all totally spoke about, we know how much work it was. I mean, we don't know how much work it was. I think we had the easiest job. We just got to sit here and just support, but y'all had to work, and so.
And we didn't know if we could stay open, but we did. We didn't know if we could play ball, but we did. We continued academically and athletically, and we still won awards. We still got accredited. We still got recognition. Yes.
Every time.
Trigger, Dr. Neal. And it really was like running a race. So I feel like, and then what I used to do with my whole class when I was a teacher, I would say, right at the end of the class, I would say, raise your hand if you're tired. Raise your hand like this. So y'all raise your hand if you're tired. Raise your right hand. Okay. Then I would say, pat yourself on the back with that hand for a job well done. So we would all give each other a pat on the back. But you deserve so much more than a pat on the back. Thank you all. Thanks to this board for walking the journey with us this year. Thank you.
Y'all were the brains behind it. And I mean, it was like following a bouncing ball. I know it felt like that for y'all. And it just, what a great job. I mean, what a great school year. We can look back on and go, wow, we did it.
Well, as a parent, I mean, it's been great for me as a parent to have my kids be back in school and be back in that normal environment, because it just helps. It just helps us at home. I mean, it's hard in the spring trying to do that from home, and as a working parent, I mean, like, it was hard. And so to have that normalcy and have them be able to go and get on that school bus every morning and go and have a normal day, it just made our afternoons better. I mean, they had their routine and they just thrive on that routine. And it was just so good to have a pretty close to normal year. I mean, it truly, from my kids' perspective, the only difference is they had to wear a mask all day. But other than that, they pretty much had normal days, which is, that's a tremendous credit to y'all, because I know for y'all, it wasn't a normal day. But for them, their perspective was a lot.
It's just like you never know how great something is, so it's taken away from you, and you take it for granted. I mean, and consider even in our own state, I mean, we were by far above average for what a lot of people experience in our nation. There are people who still have their kids back in school. I just can't imagine the grief that is. And I think teachers are at a higher level of appreciation than ever. Something we always knew, but now we really know. So yeah, kudos. It's been a journey. You got anything that break, I guess? So we start.
We have time for about a 15-minute break.
You can't start this week.
Yeah, 4:10, yeah.
4:10.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to call this April, I started to say May, April meeting to order, and, we will stand, and Mr. Garrett is going to lead us in our prayer, please.
Bow, please. Oh, merciful Father, we just come right now, just thanking you for this day, thanking you for your presence in our lives. Merciful Father, we just thank you so much for all the grace and mercy that you've given us. Merciful Father, we just pray for this community, pray for these teachers, pray for the staff, pray for leadership. Merciful Father, we pray for the children. Merciful Father, we ask, Lord, that you continue to strengthen us, continue to guide us. Merciful Father, we'd like to pray for the Walker family in the passing of one of our retired teachers, Donald Walker. Merciful Father, we ask you to just lift them up, keep them confident. Merciful Father, we ask that you would just strengthen us, guide us as we go about doing the business tonight, and that it be pleasing to you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the salute. Salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sandra, if you'll call roll, please.
Kathy Brown.
Here.
Steve Ward.
Here.
Stan Garrett.
Present.
Mark Sims.
Here.
Kim DeShazo.
Here. Thank you. Just like to welcome everyone here tonight. We've been here, this has been our retreat, our spring retreat, so everybody's been here most of the day. I'd like to recognize two people. One is Sherry Tolbert. She is our new board member and is joining us, trying to get the, is that wrong? Oh, wait, you look. Everything else, Stan. She joins us officially after the May meeting, but she's coming to join us and just kind of see how it all works, and we're so glad to have you with us. And the other one is a former board member, is Mr. Bill Roberts. We're so happy to have you with us tonight. Good. Okay, now it's time to adopt our agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt our agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. And now we'd like to hear from our city council liaison, Miss Lisa Bright. Lisa's been with us most of the day. Thank you.
Came after lunch. That was perfect. No, thank you for having us, and always good to hear. I love hearing from your principals on everything you do. What a year it's been, and just in awe of your leadership and leading our students. My daughter has 4 children, and she was so happy to have in-person school. And I don't think they missed it. But as far as the update goes, one of our highlights this past city council meeting is we recognized our girls basketball team and Coach Hunter and gave them a proclamation from the city, just acknowledging all of their accomplishments this year and just how proud we are of them. A few other things going on. We've got some paving on I-59. We have working on the corner down there by Brazen. As you can see, that's kind of starting to develop. Entertainment district going well. Got some events coming up at Ferris's. So other than that, that's about it. But just wanted to give y'all a little quick update. And thank you for inviting me today. I really enjoyed hearing all the updates.
Thank you, Lisa. All right. Turn over to Dr. Neal for recognitions, please.
Okay, the first recognition tonight is for Coach Tanya Hunter. Tanya, if you'll please come up, and I want Lance Walker, our athletics director, to come up with you, please. We want to congratulate you for being named the 7A Coach of the Year by the Alabama Sports Writers Association. So, what I have for you, and Lisa Bright did a great job as a segue, for your entire team, we printed the proclamation from City Council on honoring you for your Coach of the Year award, and then your girls are named in for their honors as well. And then we have an HT lapel pin for you to wear, so everybody will know you're from you at Trussville. So I'm going to give you and Mr. Walker a chance to say a few words to the audience and to the live stream audience.
Well, I'll say, with Coach Hunter this year, for those of you that weren't here earlier today as part of the retreat, her team this year won 29 games, which is the most in the history of the school. really impressive. This year we went state runner-up. Is the second time in school history we've been to the Final Four. So to see the run that they went on was great. To see the support from the community was really exciting. So I've had the opportunity to work with Coach Hunter for several years now, and she's a great coach, but she's an even better person. So to have her and Cedric and her family here in Trussville, we're really thankful. She's very supportive also of everything else that we're doing. You know, the last softball game I went to and the last baseball game I went to, one of the first people I saw was Coach Hunter. So she's, you know, she's in for the entire program, and I know that means a lot to the other coaches. So this honor 7A Coach of the Year is well deserved. So congratulations, Coach.
Thank you. Well, it's an honor to be Coach of the Year, but it's just an award. I just feel like I go to work every day and do the same job every single day. Some of the highlights that I have just going through the playoffs and the state final game is not actually the game, it's the kids that come up to me and the pictures that I see of the kids getting in line in the stadium. I had one kid that called me, I got to tell the story. And I'm in the hallway and he goes, "Coach." And I gave him my number because he used to come and work and just scrimmage with us. He said, "Coach, what gate do I go in?" I was like, "Son, I don't know. You just got to find one to come in." So I'm just so excited. I don't know where to go. I said, "Just come in the one that everybody's coming in." So that right there to me, I answered the call right before the game. And he was like, "I'm so sorry. I know you're probably doing pregame." But just that those kids, the memories, especially during the pandemic. One kid said, "This is the most normal it's been for us." So, you know, that's right there is a championship to me. So, thank you so much for everything. Thank you.
You are welcome. And I think somebody from the audience wants to say a word.
I want to take, y'all not on the clock, so we'll take a minute. I want to tell you how long I've known Coach Hunter. Jackson, her son, and my grandson, Grant, now about both of them start third year in college. They're in 5th or 6th grade. And I met her and Cedric at the little, when they were playing basketball. And she remembered the same thing. The first thing that she remembered, and I remember, I told Coach Hunter and Cedric, "You need to get those kids in Trussville school." Jackson was in school, Jordan wasn't in school. But I said, "The greatest favor you'll ever do your kid is get them to Trussville." She said they went home, talked about it a little bit later. They moved to Trussville. No coaching had ever been even considered at that time, especially by her. Maybe I was too. No, I wasn't. But I watched that. We met, her and her husband were class people. I watched her coach high school. I saw her win the state championship at Shades Valley when she won the state championship. We just so happened to have a job to come open at the right time. And our folks hired Coach Hunter. And I sit behind the bench at the game, not behind the bench, but a little bit behind it. And I watch her. The girls love her, and she loves the girls. And you can watch them. She knows when to get on them. She knows when to love them. And so you hear people say all the time, somebody's a good coach. The reason I like sports, you keep scores. I love it. We keep scores. We win it a lot. But what you've meant to those kids and what you've meant to our program is more than just wins and losses. And we appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
The next recognition has to do with our entire school system not missing a beat during the pandemic. And I want to ask Dr. Lisa Berry to come forward for cognia recognition for every school in our district. We are reaccredited as a district, 5 schools and central office. And we worked hard during a pandemic to reaccredit on time so our students could get scholarships and our system could have recognition for being an accredited school system. It's a little bit frightening when your accreditation is running out in the middle of a pandemic and no one is in school and no one knows exactly what to do. But we reopened and we went through reaccreditation in October, which is very early That seems like years and years ago now. But in October, we went through it, we passed our accreditation. We were notified and now the certificates are here. So when I call out the principal's name, if you will please come forward. Joy Tyner at Cahaba Elementary. Congratulations to Cahaba. Please stay up. Please stay up here. Okay. Here at Trussville Middle School, Jennifer Abney. Here is a letter. I have a certificate. Thank you. Thank you. Here at Trussville High School, Tim Salem. Congratulations on blue ribbon and cogging over your accreditation. Magnolia Elementary School, Dr. Phyllis Faust. Payne Elementary School, Dr. Lisa Lotzbite. We got a good picture now.
You want to question like that? Everybody hold your certificate. Everybody shift this way a little bit, so we'll be kind of centered underneath the logo. All right. Okay. Okay. And safety.
Moving on with our agenda, I recommend the board approve consent agenda items A through O as listed.
Okay, board, you've had time to look at the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve items A through O as listed?
Make a motion.
Second?
Second.
Everyone in favor? Opposed? Okay.
Under new business, we have 4 items that do not need approval, but many of them will be posted and on the table for 30 days. A is the posting of the 21-22 Board of Education meetings that are revised. So during our work session, I asked for you to double check your personal calendar and let us know if there are any other changes that need to be made. Otherwise, we'll post and publish in May. Okay. B is the first reading of the 2022-23 school calendar. And we discussed this at the work session, and it mirrors the 21-22 school calendar. But in our community, we like to do calendars 2 years out. And this is the second of the 2-year calendars. It will be on the table for 30 days. C is the first reading of the fee sheets for all of our schools. And the board will need to approve those in May, but the fee sheets will be posted for 30 days for comments. And there are basically no changes except for the A+ fee at the middle school. All the fees were level. Okay. And D is the first reading of the 21-22 Code of Student Conduct. And Dr. Logan went over that work session today. It gives an option to suspend students to virtual school for class 3 and 4 offenses. And that's the only change in that. Any questions on new business? Okay, under personnel, I recommend the board approve my recommendations for changes in personnel contracts and supplements as listed.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve superintendent's recommendations for personnel? Second?
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? All right. At this time, superintendent and the Board of Education would like to enter into executive session. Our board attorney has provided legal certification from the board to enter executive session under good name and character. Is there a motion to enter executive session? Second?
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, motion carried. The board will not vote in executive session, and there will be no business conducted following our executive session, and the board members will only return to adjourn our meeting.